Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hello.
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 It's the quad box.
No, this is a
It's a sex,
Quint?
sex box?
Quint. No, quad. Quad is 4.
Quint.
Box.
Sex box would be 6, right?
probably.
Quint box.
So people in the chat were saying that they were hearing some things. I wondered what they were hearing during the break. Were they hearing me eat the rest of my popcorn or
Nope.
something else?
I think it was me.
They're,
You.
Do you need the throat coat?
No, I'm good. I'm good with the throat
Okay.
coat.
Why are you at home, John? What's going on?
Are you
Because
okay?
I'm nuclear.
radioactive.
he's been doing
Thank
this
you.
for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
wrong with you? Why did you get zapped? What happened?
I had a treatment done today, and I'm dangerous. I'm dangerous to other people. I can't be around other people.
For the next how many days, John? When will I
2.
see your face again?
2.
What?
See your face on Thursday. Yeah, John's
You'll
at
see my
home. He's
face
not allowed
on
to be around his
Thursday.
family.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, are you
Is
okay?
this
Yeah,
a
it's fine. Everything's
just
fine.
out
Everything's
hearing
fine. It's nothing to worry about. It's a routine deal. All is well. It's just I can't be around people, which actually is good for me. I like that.
Radiation.
John, have you got any superpowers yet?
I was going to say, this is usually how superheroes are
Yeah.
created
Yeah.
or villains are created.
You'll find out soon enough.
Did
I
you grow
guess
any
we-
extra appendages?
Yeah,
Chances are, who knows what it'll be. It'll be
This
fun.
sounds like a dream. There's no side effects except for you can't be around anyone. That sounds awesome.
YouTube
Yeah.
user writes a treatment with scissors and then 2 baseball emojis. John,
Nope,
you
nope,
finally
nope.
get them cut off?
I don't need to do that. I'm good there.
interesting. Okay.
Why did you
I'm
need
still very
radiation
potent.
so
Wow, John.
Oh,
Prove it.
hello, Mr. Potency.
Wow. Oh my gosh, Hap,
What are you
you're a
doing?
monster.
What are you doing?
Just cookie monstering that popcorn.
God.
Oh my God.
And look how much is stuck in. Go back to the ISO cam. And look how much is stuck in his beard. It's all
Yeah,
over. Oh my God, that's gross. It almost looks like vomit.
Screen cap.
Oh
and
my
the
God.
memes are coming.
Lots
Time
of
to eat.
memes. Look at these memes.
I love
Why
popcorn.
were you doing popcorn today?
I like popcorn,
Where
John.
were
Why
the
were
part-
you
Yeah.
doing popcorn
He
today?
got too scarred
Well,
by the corn dog
That's
thing.
I mean, if you think
Not
about it,
fun at all. He doesn't care.
in terms of broadcasting, popcorn's one of the worst things to eat because of the way it can get stuck in your throat, stuck in your teeth, I mean, it's not
But in
great
terms of
snacking
making us
food.
happy, it's near the top.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
delicious though, John. Have you thought about that?
Popcorn
Well,
is
it
really
is delicious. I mean, I understand that. A lot of things are delicious, but they're not necessarily good for consuming while you're doing 4 hours of radio.
Nick, what did
that's
you
why
just
we do
do?
it during the breaks or during the crossovers.
I tried
Fair
to do a
enough.
radioactive bit with radioactive Gary's head,
Yeah.
but I
Oh,
forgot
yeah.
that I had it Hold on. I
Okay.
can fix this.
All right.
Remember when he looked like Oppenheimer that one time?
Yeah.
Do you guys think that our friends at Werner Park will be mad at me for making such a mess on the concourse?
Yeah, someone's got to hose
No,
that
I mean
off
it
when
is a
you're done.
baseball stadium. They were going to be
Okay.
hosing it anyway.
It's pretty pristine here. though.
Last Happer show at Werner Park of the year, can't hold anything back now.
Oh.
That's what I always say.
Wow.
Oh man, how many has this been? Like 5?
3. We did one for yous and one for the morning show. Remember when we all used to do a
Yes.
show?
What happened to this? Why have you stolen all of our trips to
Yeah.
Werner Park?
It's not it was a bestowing. It wasn't a stealing. It was a here you go, that type of thing.
Here you go.
Yeah,
Probably
we miss
because-
our times there working out in a. Hey, say hello to the dude behind you. Just walked behind you. Other way. Yeah, we used to love our time there at Werner Park. Of course, we didn't get to sit out in the ballpark. We sat in the gift
Right.
shop.
It makes a lot of sense for us to be here because the game happens when our show happens. So that was the problem with your guys' show for the most
We
part.
need
It
more
definitely-
mid-afternoon games. That's what we need.
Yeah,
More
that's good.
mid-afternoon games.
Next year, Marty, let's do some 3 o'clock games for the Grum.
Great take.
Good
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah.
1 3:00 Grum game.
Oh, that sounds incredible.
I like
Ooh, a
it.
Grum game.
Can't
Grum
believe the
game.
baseball season is over, guys. I
You
apologize.
know, the Savannah Bananas call it banana ball. You could call it Grum ball.
Grum
Oh,
ball.
we
I
already
don't-
have grumballs.
I like.
thing.
Oh yeah, we do.
Yeah, but they're highly inaccurate. So we
Wrong, John. A sterling 82.3% correct rate.
Which was your incorrect Grum ball?
Well, I said Dana
Which one
Holgerson
wasn't?
was going to be Nebraska's offensive coordinator in 2024, but I ended up being proven right about that one, John. So I think I deserve that one back.
No,
believe it's pronounced
you were
Zin.
wrong about. I can't remember. There was a couple of them. I don't remember.
Just a couple of them, though,
One
out
of
of
them
like
was
20.
Dylan Raiola.
Yeah, I said Dylan
Yeah,
Raiola was
but
going to go to Georgia.
You
and he
also
committed
made
to
these predictions after it was already reported. I mean, you're kind of like
Wrong.
the Woj. You're kind of like
Wrong.
the Woj bomb. Hey, did you hear Fred Hoiberg's going to be Nebraska's coach?
Wrong. I called things that were about to happen via my sources, my great sources. Sometimes it was right
Josh,
before it
you and your
happened.
sources.
Sorry that I
you
have
and your-
sources.
Oh, you have sources, but you're the one who was always talking about them. All of the sources.
What am I doing?
Everyone's got sources. Maybe some people just don't like to say who they're, what they, if they
Big
have
deal.
sources
You got
or not.
sources.
Got
Yeah, I
sources.
mean, then you should start bragging about him, Happer.
No, I have the sources, but I don't like bothering them. I don't like
Okay.
bothering people.
All right.
Yeah.
I do.
I know.
That's my life.
You love talking to sources.
I
Stibbs
do.
has sources. That's what he's
He
saying
does.
right now on
Stibbs has
YouTube.
0. Oh, it's interesting that Stibbs is giving me grief when occasionally, you know what will happen? Stibbs will see rumors on the internet, and guess what he does? Hey, Josh, what's going on with what?
Yeah,
You're
his source.
What's going on with the things? Oh, interesting, Stibbs. You like the information when I give it to you, but not when I get it from other people. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, people ask me that all the time, and I'm like, I don't know. I could ask, but I don't really know.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer.
Yeah, you don't like asking people things.
In most
I know,
cases, you don't care either. I mean, most of this stuff's
Exactly.
not that important anyway.
Wow.
Exactly, John. Thank you.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Josh,
Ooh,
stop.
They're going to
breaking-
wear all red uniforms. Big whoop.
Whoa, are you reporting that, John?
Yep, they're all wearing all red uniforms.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Grumball.
Josh's sources are telling me that they're going to.
No, don't put this on my sources, because then if they're
My
wrong.
sources are telling me that Nick got an email.
That wasn't an email. That was a Windows notification. noise.
My Grum balls are always wrong.
Mm. Damn
Nick's
it.
going to have to be more mindful. Nick's going to have to be more mindful. Yeah, there it is.
Radioactive. Wow.
Nick's going to have to be more mindful of his camera now. Now that we have Mega TV in the studio, we don't want to be disseminating.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
I don't know how
right.
to not
The
disseminate
TV
now.
is so big.
I need to get that app from
It
Chris
is.
so I can adjust the field of view just to tighten it up a bit.
We do need to tighten
Ooh.
all of our cameras. We do need to tighten all
What
of
are
our
we, the
cameras.
black keys? Because we need to tighten up.
Don't get
Or
it.
we could just,
Black keys on.
just do this.
Don't get. Oh, there. Oh, hello, John.
I can't because I'm glowing.
I can't
There
see
you go.
it anymore.
There you go, Josh. Josh has got the right idea.
I
Connor's
still
got the right
popcorn
idea.
in my
Just
beard?
get, just get close. That's all. You just got to get close.
A little too
Great
close.
radio, by the way.
Shout out of that.
Excellent radio.
I can't produce like that.
Interesting. So, what's going on?
Okay, well, this crossover died in a hurry.
Wow.
Damn.
Now, if we sat back, that's when the takes come flowing. Oh,
You have any takes?
Just,
Yeah, anything you didn't get out on the show today?
no, I have 4 hours to talk about them, and I exhaust them all on a daily basis.
Okay.
I run the tank to empty every single day.
My man gives you everything he's got.
Every single day.
That's
Every
not good for
day.
your take fuel pump.
Josh and John, how empty does your take tank get?
Not. I always am ready for more takes.
Mine gets pretty empty.
Yeah.
You hold it back on the audience?
I got something we could talk about. So last night I was, and we've discussed this before. I am not someone who, when the Cowboys are failing, that I reach out to people. I want to sit and stew in my own anger. I text my dad, and that's pretty much it. Or I watch the game with my dad. Last night, I was getting double taked by Matt McMaster on the Bears side.
Many.
And Mike Schaefer on the Vikings side. They were texting me.
Wow.
Text me.
My name's
Gross.
Josh. I have too many friends.
I have so many friends and so many sources, but they were reaching out. And it was very interesting because I was like, patting them both on the head. It'll be okay to both of them, even though they were on opposite sides of the game. It was very interesting.
Everybody thought their season was over all the time in week one.
Schaefer was down way bad.
I know.
Way bad. And then after
He was
the game,
calling for Carson Wentz guy.
You don't ever be down that bad. Yikes.
Hey, Carson Wentz has turned things around. He
has?
I still would. Yeah, he was.
Okay.
He was good in his spot duties.
I
on
will
other
always
teams.
love Carson Wentz.
You
Carson
will?
Wentz is one of those guys for me who just has he's got incredible arm talent, and I love dudes with incredible arm talent. You know what I mean?
Have her
there's
ball go far.
Oh, it is
I
fun.
also like ball go far.
just the way he throws it and the way
He does have a
flinging that
really interesting
Yeah.
way of operating.
he can rip that thing in there. If there was a quarterback velocity competition, Carson Wentz might be up there.
Oh,
toward
okay.
the top.
And he
He's got a
doesn't look
cannon.
like Archie Manning when he throws.
And the crazy thing is, what turned him around was when he hurt his knee. It wasn't anything else. And as soon as that knee injury happened, it was just like,
I will always believe in Carson Wentz.
Wow.
It's
I will
just-
never
he's
believe
one of those
in
guys.
Carson Wentz.
Sorry, I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I
It's
guess
just,
so.
I'm with Josh.
Thank you, Josh.
Carson Wentz haters. Probably because you guys hate gingers.
Wrong.
that is
Look at
true.
that beard, Happer. I'm on your side.
That does not count, and you are.
Yeah,
not.
but did anyone watching that game last night come away saying, "Oh, JJ McCarthy, he's fine"?
He's a
Because
winner.
I
John.
didn't.
He's a winner.
Don't apologize for wins.
Don't apologize for winning in the NFL. He turned it around. He threw the ball. He ran for a touchdown. That was pretty cool.
I said that game set football back 15 years.
It wasn't that bad. I've seen way worse football than that.
It was pretty bad there for a while. Only until the Vikings started running the ball did it get good.
YouTube
And then the Bears went into the tank.
The NFL is amazing
Great take,
because
John.
watching two dog quarterbacks was still great. It was. I was.
Oh, it was entertaining. I'm not
couldn't
saying
away.
it wasn't entertaining.
God, I love football.
I think Shape actually said it best on Sunday night. He's like, imagine having this game. He's referring to the Bills-Ravens.
Great game.
And then wrapping up the week with Vikings-Bears.
Not a great game.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bears
but
were
in a weird way, it was still entertaining and it was close.
very entertaining.
I had a take.
Okay.
I don't think the Bears are that bad. I don't think the Bears deserve to be made fun of as much as they blew the game in a horrific way last night. I don't think the Bears are going to be that bad this year. Here's my take.
I don't know, man. They were really good on offense on their first drive, and then after that, they were horrible for.
Yeah, I mean, really, it was. It was that first drive, and then after that, it was just kind of,
Don't fall into the Bears trap. A lot of people fell into it last season.
Who?
No, trust me.
Oh.
I wouldn't do
Not
that.
just
But
me,
I think sometimes they get inappropriately piled on just because they are the Bears.
Oh, they're like
right?
the Nickelback of football.
Is it possible that they are a
Full question.
competent
They've got-
Working on
I
that.
think they have a
Sure.
good coach. I think they have a good coach.
sure. They
Though
can be
his
competent.
decision with the kickoff at the end of the game was bad.
Not good.
Bad management. That's not what you want from your first game head coach.
Should have just kicked it out of bounds.
Should have kicked it out of bounds, John. Absolutely. That's a good
That
take.
was a smart move by Minnesota to bring that. As soon as he kicked off, wait a minute, they should return this.
Uh-huh.
And
Kevin O'Connell, that guy rocks.
KOC.
Mm-hmm. He's
He
good.
really does.
He's a really good coach.
Really
He is a good coach. He's got some work to do, though, with his quarterback.
Yeah.
A lot of work to do.
Alex says at least J.J. McCarthy wasn't dressed like a slob with that gray shirt under his pads.
Whoa, I liked the Caleb Williams look. It reminded
Josh,
me
any
of
thoughts?
it reminded me of Little League football.
That's what Connor said.
But I kind of liked that about it.
Yeah. You
So
think
all he was missing
quarterbacks
was
should do
the-
that?
No, it's just
I
fun
said-
for one day.
All he was missing was the hip pads that went all the way up to like
Oh my god.
his rib cage.
Dude, those hip pads did go really high up. That's true.
Those pads are awesome. Remember when
Someone needs to bring that look back.
Yeah, those are the old days, Happer.
Yeah, knee pads are non-existent now.
No,
Nobody
yeah,
wears
knee
knee
pads. They
pads.
tuck
Well,
up
did you-
they tuck up their knee pads
They
now.
were capri pants.
Yeah, I
now.
was gonna say, did you guys see the was it the player for the Florida Gators this weekend who basically had like 5-inch shorts on during the
Yes,
football?
yes.
Like, you could see half of his thigh.
He had a 5-inch inseam.
It looked like it.
Yeah.
What? Something is going to happen that's going to remind everybody why those pads were put in place to begin with, and
But-
it's going to be horrific.
To be fair, knee pads
I
I
don't
think
think
are
so.
fairly useless.
Think so?
Yeah.
Yes. If a
So
helmet
if-
collides with a knee, the pad isn't going to do a damn
Yeah,
thing.
and, you,
but-
and you
Yeah.
still have the thigh pads
I thought
where
that-
if you get a helmet to the thigh,
Yes.
you get the pad there.
I've
So-
always saw the knee pads as less about a helmet hitting your knee, and if you hit the ground weird, you're not going to like dislocate it.
Oh, they're just not that sturdy
Hmm.
unless they're wearing different pads than what I wore when I
I mean,
was.
what are the percentage of players that are still wearing knee pads?
Oh my gosh.
very few, John.
Yeah, almost non-existent.
Yeah.
Almost
I
non-existent.
mean, it's one of those things that, you know, they did back in the day, but now the game is so much different now. And the way that players are allowed to contact you are so different now. I mean, not that, you know, you still can't get hit in the knee.
Yeah, they
and
can only use WhatsApp.
God. Nick. Unbelievable. We were just getting this conversation off the ground. Nick's like, hold on, let me stop this conversation.
R.I.P. the
Right now.
conversation.
I did think, speaking of equipment in NFL games, it's still funny to me how Aaron Rodgers still wears the hat or the helmet from 1994 or whatever it is.
And he won't shut
And
up.
And he
about
always
it.
does the thing with his
chin
chin
strap.
strap.
yeah.
Was it the helmet just the single bar?
No, he doesn't. They're not allowed to wear
It's
those
close.
anymore.
It's close. Like it's like 2 more bars than that. But you know, it's not
Yeah,
the newfangled
Yeah.
sweet helmets. I
I'm
don't even know how they get the technology into that crap old helmet.
they don't. He says, "I don't care. I'm not worried."
I'm surprised he doesn't wear a leather helmet and say the new helmets actually don't do anything. They're ineffective.
If he was allowed to, I bet he would.
Just an anti-vax helmet.
Yeah. I can't believe he still wears the one button chin strap. That
It's
is
so funny.
That is wild to me. All
it looks
takes
so
is-
stupid.
It really does. And then he does the same because Brett Favre, Nick, he used to do the same thing after
Yeah.
every play. Just take off the chin strap. Like is it bothering you that much that you need to take it off after every play?
It's probably just a nervous tick.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's just something that you get in the habit of doing.
Yeah.
There
Maybe
are
it's
some
his
guys that
maybe
go-
and putting it back on is his mechanism of okay, time to go to work.
Time for the play.
Time to lock
Well, the
in.
helmets now, the chin straps are like permanently stuck on there, and all you have to do is tighten them or loosen them, depending on if you want your helmet on or off. But
yes.
the guys used to, like when it was button on, they would take off 2 of the straps and leave the other 2 buttons, so the chin strap would kind of be hanging there.
Yeah.
And then they would forget to button it up
Not good.
before the play started, and then they would be chin strapless and then be walking around with, you know.
Happer, the last year I played football, I am pretty sure I begged from my dad to get a chin strap that did the 2 connectors up here and then on the side, and it was an all black one that
Nice.
when we had black helmets. That was one of the coolest things ever because
Yeah, they were
Most of
great.
the players-
and then you put like a sweatband over
yes,
the chin strap
'cause-
part.
'cause- oh my
Yeah.
gosh, Nick, the acne.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I
Bad times.
I remember in middle school when I was playing, if our coaches caught us with any part of the strap unbuttoned, it meant extra running. Next
Really?
Practice. Yeah.
Well, I remember Deion Sanders one year. He would do it was the ones up top, and then he would have one button, but he'd have the other one hanging. And I was like, I'm going to do that. That looks cool.
Yeah.
And I bet watch the kids now. They're going to do
Well,
the
the-
Caleb Williams. They're going to do the gray shirts. I bet now they're going to be like, that
Well,
was
the
cool.
thing that looks cool now is the no knee pads. That's
true.
the thing that's happening right now.
So if Patrick Mahomes has Dylan, who does Caleb Williams have as his little avatar?
There's somebody
His little
out
mini
there.
me.
There's some high school football quarterback just like him.
Oh yeah.
Maybe it's another Maybe it's like Trey Taylor, like a future Nebraska quarterback. And Nebraska could just have all the cosplaying quarterbacks.
That would be a great bit.
How many kids do you think right now are imitating Caleb Williams? Like, you're a kid, you imitate the batting stances.
Sure.
How many people do you think are imitating Caleb Williams?
Oh, people like Caleb Williams.
Yeah, at least a dozen.
He was a college star.
A lot of
He was.
painting.
Yeah, but what are the mannerisms? What are because Mahomes has some distinct mannerisms.
Fingernails.
Fingernails.
Yeah, I would say
Fingernails.
it's painting the
Oh,
fingernails.
the fingernail painting. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And honestly,
throwing
you
the ball
wonder.
to not your receivers.
You wonder if after last night, now he didn't play very well, but would kids have started doing the gray shirt under the pads? Because that always happens. The other one that I remember doing like that when I was a kid, Tracy McGrady one year wore one high sock. And so I started wearing one high sock when I played basketball.
I heard
Dumb, but I liked it.
I heard that this last couple of years, there's been a rash of kids in Little League having sliding gloves in their back pocket. You can't even use them in Little League, but
You're not allowed to slide?
that's what I heard.
That can't be true.
They don't let
You
them-
can definitely. You're talking about the oven mitts?
Yeah, the oven mitts.
Oh, you could definitely use those.
Yeah.
Why would they stop them?
Yeah, that'd be weird.
I just heard kids were just wearing them though and not using them.
It's very funny with the kids having this oven mitts though, because they don't slide.
In a way
They're playing on like gravel fields.
Oh.
They don't they don't need them, right?
Yeah.
They don't have to protect their hands because they're tiny children.
Yeah.
But I see a lot of kids do a lot of that stuff with the oven mitts for sure. Is that the ball game, Josh? Is this game over?
One away.
Holy God, this is the fastest. This
What
is
time did it start? Noon?
ever. Yeah, 12:05. Yeah,
Wow. So it's 2 hours and 9 minutes old.
7-1 Omaha.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Take that, White Sox affiliate.
Yeah, we hate you.
Mhm.
Hate your guts.
Tim Elko hit a home run in the first inning. John, you remember Tim Elko?
I do.
Elko.
Yep.
Nothing
He was with
since.
Ole Miss, right?
That's right. He was their guy when they won the College World Series a few years ago. He had a home run in the first, and nothing ever since for the Charlotte Knights.
Nothing ever since. This was his first home run since.
No, he had a home run in the first inning today, and then they
okay.
never
The
got
team
any
hasn't scored anymore. Yeah.
My bad.
He's a modern
Yeah.
baseball player. A home run or a strikeout.
Yeah. What about the other
That's
outcome,
pretty much
Nick?
it.
Doesn't exist anymore.
It's two true outcomes now?
People don't walk anymore, Nick.
It's either a home run or a strikeout. No in between.
Are you talking about this as a Rockies fan?
Yep.
Okay.
That's just how baseball is now.
That's
Every
just the
team
way it
does
is.
it. Yeah.
Things will never be the same.
The Rockies almost won last night by not getting a single hit, and that was cool.
But they didn't.
They
Didn't
didn't,
get a single hit last night too.
Thus, it's not really that cool.
but they almost did, and that's the reality I'm choosing to live in.
Oh.
My baseball team won last night.
Garbage.
Yeah, I know, because my baseball team can't hit. They're kind of like the Charlotte affiliate of the Chicago White Sox.
Oh, wow.
One run,
Josh's favorite
stop
team
scoring.
is some nebulous rando combo of the Mariners, and the Royals, and the Red Sox. What did they do?
No,
last night,
just
Josh?
the Royals and the Mariners. Let's see. The Royals lost 8-2, I believe.
10 to 2.
10-2. I knew they lost by some runs.
Maybe it was 4 actually. But yeah.
I think the Mariners won. I don't know. I was watching football. Yeah, I was focused on.
You
the
have
football.
so many TVs, though. You could have.
We did have baseball on one of the or two of the TVs.
Yeah.
I snapped a photo of Banks and put it on my Instagram last night, and someone commented and noticed the baseball. Oh, the Mariners won 4-2. Let's go, Mariners!
That's your ball game. Chasers back in the win column.
Wow.
We're only about 30 games out of first, something like that. It's getting
It's getting
close.
tight.
Let them
Getting
get
tight
hot.
now.
We'll let them
Let
get
'em get
hot.
hot.
They got
So let
Pedro
us win
pitching
today.
in Game 7.
That is your International League champion from last year. Don't let them get hot right now.
Mm-mm.
Bad time.
Definitely
Bad time.
not. Definitely not.
They got the pedigree.
They do got the pedigree.
Got the pedigree.
Yeah.
They got a bunch of spilled popcorn on their concourse floor right now, courtesy of me.
You gonna
I
help
did
them?
that.
You gonna help them?
Yeah, you should get a broom or something.
Oh,
Clean
Grab
it
a
up.
broom.
So Happer's
Okay.
Happer's outside right now, but he called the concourse floor. Is it a floor if it's outside?
No, it's not a floor.
No,
just the
that was a
ground.
mistake. I apologize.
Yeah.
It's the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The concrete.
Yeah.
So you're about to see a whole bunch of people walking behind us, and they're going to be confused as to what this is.
Yeah, we could probably say
absolutely.
goodbye, Happer, so you could start packing up and walking with them.
You want to say goodbye to me, Josh?
No, we'll stay here. We'll beat the. we'll let
You
the
allow the
traffic,
traffic?
beat us. Yeah.
By the way, going back to the Nick fact, Nick, you were a little wrong about the gloves.
That's fine.
Adam says, just finished a summer of 4th grade Little League. Almost every boy has a sliding glove, but goes feet first 98% of the time.
Hilarious.
That's so funny.
That's incredible. I'll tell you what, if I was like if I was playing high school baseball right now, I'd be so swagged out.
Yes.
I'd have like 6 arm sleeves and the sliding
Arm
mitt.
sleeves?
Yeah,
How
you
many-
guys are 30 different
bands?
colors on each arm.
The ice cream cone
Oh
one.
my God.
Have the I would be disgusting,
Absolutely.
and people are like, "This guy stinks," and then I would stink.
How many gold chains with crosses would you have?
At least 4.
Yeah, the sparkly chains that don't look like they're not like the traditional gold chains anymore. They're like sparkly rocks now.
What are the necklace things that like are supposed to give you superpowers? They used to.
Oh, those are the old fight necklaces.
What
That
are
was-
those?
Puka shells?
Didn't actually do anything, and that was from like 10
Tiki
years
items?
at least.
No, not puka shell, John. They were these necklaces that you wore, and they were
Fighting.
They were supposed to do something.
Was it
for you.
like those bracelets that
Yes,
went around in
the
like
same thing.
2010?
The
Like,
I keep telling you guys,
to help your
fighting,
balance.
fighting.
fighting, Phiten, fighting. That's what those were. That was around the time that I was in high school. There was like a challenge to see how many possible fighting necklaces and wristbands you could wear in one game. It was weird.
Wow,
Weird
the
times.
Wikipedia page is the company Fightin, headquartered in Japan, sells quasi drugs, cosmetics, hair care products, etc., etc. That's weird. That's kind of what it was. It was like, this will help you pitch.
Yeah.
I didn't understand it.
It didn't actually do anything at all.
Yeah, definitely.
Is that like crystals for boys?
Yes.
Yeah,
Wow.
it is.
Awesome. That's good stuff, Josh.
Come on, we all know a crystal girl.
I actually don't know any crystal that I know
I don't
of.
think I know any crystal girls too.
I know many.
That tracks.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that does fit.
It's a real Gen Z A hotbed
Oh,
thing.
here we go with the Gen
Were there
Z
any
A.
crystal girls at your bachelor party?
Probably.
John, do you know what this is?
I'm lost. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Wasn't one of Aaron Rodgers' women into
Yes.
that? Okay, I
Probably.
thought so. The driver, right? Danica? Wasn't
Yeah,
Danica?
Danica
into-
Patrick.
Yeah, wasn't she into
No, but
crystals?
he's
she's
like
into not racing well.
got him.
nice
Whoa.
stick.
Well,
Didn't,
she's
didn't
retired
he get
now.
engaged to like a really crunchy like?
Crystal blue or something like that.
Yeah, her name was literally like Blue
Yeah.
Sky or something like that.
The
I'm
app?
like, yeah, maybe. I don't know what her deal was,
I
but
don't-
she was pretty weird.
I don't go over to Blue Sky anymore. Just
That
don't use
makes
it. Now
sense.
that I'm unbanned from Twitter. See you later, Blue Sky.
That's right.
I'm back on Twitter.
Get the real stuff.
Yeah.
When we all get banned from Twitter, it's just over. Social media just ends after that. That's what I think.
Yeah. We'll all go to Threads.
We're not
Do
going
we still have our Threads account, Nick?
You made us a Threads?
Did I?
I thought he did.
I don't.
I
Wow.
thought we
That-
talked about
I
it,
made us a Blue Sky, John.
I
thought about
still don't
making
know
it
what that
Threads.
is.
but
1620 the threads.
I was over Threads in about a week, so I don't know if I did.
Oh, okay.
Bummer.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. You got the rest of it off. It looks like the sun's out. It's another beautiful day here in early September.
No, I don't have the rest of it off. We have a meeting tonight
Yeah,
where
big
we have
Zoom.
to decide many things, and
I wish the meeting was like 15 minutes earlier. I wish it was right at 6 when I leave.
it could have been.
I'll
I don't know
almost
why
be
it's
home
not.
at 6:15. I'm gonna have to turn off the Wi-Fi on my phone so I don't get disconnected when I'm on my way back inside. Yeah.
I'm gonna gas mow. I think today for the first time in the last couple of days. So I'm
Oh,
excited.
that's a good idea.
Very good idea.
Yeah. Good to get another gas mow in.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, there is your crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha. EverlevelConcrete.com. The boys at the ballpark. Say goodbye to the ballpark for us.
Bye.
Bye ballpark.
And we will start a Grum right after this on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
It's football season, so grab your friends and make Sky Bar and Grill your football HQ. Feel like you're in the games while watching our massive TV.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Man. Is this thing on? Hello? Is this
What
thing
up, John?
on?
Yeah, John, what's up?
Why is it so soft? So soft.
You sound
so
great to
soft.
me, John.
Yeah, you sound beautiful.
Yeah. Okay.
John!
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Just didn't have my headphones turned up. That's what it was.
Not our fans. Oh, Nick, let's go, baby.
Nice.
That's how it's done, Nick.
Our
That's
brain-
how it's
we
done.
shared the brain cell.
Not our fans.
Not our fans.
Oh, we'll hear plenty from him coming up later. Welcome to the Grum, everybody. Happy Tuesday. And, man, what are y'all going to do? No football for the first time since last Wednesday.
John, I don't appreciate these words, but we will rebuild.
I'm actually sad. I've been playing CFB 25 again.
Yeah.
So I'm getting my
He
football
wasn't
fix.
talking to you. He was talking to me.
I thought he was talking to both of
No,
us.
he's talking
No, I
to
was talking to everybody, the people. We're
I
out
like
here for the
football
audience.
too, Josh.
We're
He
here
was
for the
talking to
friends
the
of the Grum.
perverts. He was talking to the perverts, Nick.
No,
You-
I was talking to
I'm
everybody.
rebuilding
It's the
Nevada.
first time
It's a little
since
pervy.
last
It is.
Wednesday. We
Okay.
have no football on tonight.
Mm.
Means we're going to have to get used to, talking to people again and, engaging with folks. That's all. But it was a fine last 5 days.
It was, and now it's over. My life is over.
Thursday, that was a good game.
Screw
Friday,
you.
it was a good game.
No,
It was a good, it was.
Ass.
It was
Okay.
it was a good game.
Pretend you're not a Cowboys fan for a minute.
It was a good game.
Okay.
I was happy with my team. In defeat, I was happy with them. Blah, blah, blah.
Friday,
Friday.
it was a good game. Saturday,
Thanks for
there
watching the
was-
Northwestern game, John. I know that's what you were talking
I was
about.
not. No, I
Lisa
was-
wished me a happy birthday on television. That was pretty cool. She also
Oh.
got me a cupcake.
She said happy birthday to this pervert next to me.
No, she did not. Good Lord, Nick. She said happy birthday to Josh, the spotter.
She meant pervert.
No, she did not.
No, I was actually the second TV was on the big Jim Madison game because
Mhm.
Michael had money on it, and I was curious how it was going to go.
Wow, thanks for your support, John. I appreciate it.
It was Northwestern in Western Illinois. No one should be forced to watch Northwestern football. You only did because you got paid for it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been watching.
Also, you're a
I was
sicko.
happy to be there. It was awesome. It was so much fun being there.
But more happy that you got paid.
I mean, I like money. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say no to money.
Of course, Sunday we had some fine games, and then last night,
Yeah.
and here we go again as we bring you the Grum Down presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. And
Nice.
oh, there he is.
Wow. He's so happy.
I like what you're doing with the Grum
Jay
Down, John.
McCarthy, such a happy guy. Didn't play very well until the fourth quarter, but I guess that's all that matters. Today, the referees Grum Down, Husker leakage.
Ugh.
What does it all mean?
Leakage.
Things were leaked, Josh.
Leaked.
Do I need to
Husker-
play the leak flash open?
Maybe you do.
Husker creepage,
Mm.
as in creeping up the standings.
Wow. The leaks and the creeps.
K Ford likes what he sees.
Yeah. And did you see too, John? And we can maybe talk about this when we get to the K Ford thing. SP Plus finally updated yesterday in Nebraska, shot up almost 20 spots because the play-by-play data had not been included from the Akron game for literal days. I was trying to get it over the weekend and it wasn't available, and it's finally there now.
Nick, we need to, and I know he's a very busy guy because, he's updating this stuff all the time.
Mhm.
We need to get in touch with our buddy K Ford maybe for next week.
Ooh.
I can reach out.
Because I don't know about you, and I don't mean to speak
What
ahead,
are you going to say?
but the analytics rankings, we've been following SP Plus now for the last 10 years.
I was going to say, pretty much a
K Ford became our buddy last year.
Last year, yeah.
These things seem more reactive than I ever remember them.
Interesting.
This early in the season, where people are bouncing up and down, because usually a lot of stuff from last year is baked in, and you really don't see a lot of movement until, a month or 6 weeks into the season. But as you'll see it later on when we get to the K Ford stuff, there's a lot of, teams are bouncing all up and down the rankings. So
yeah.
I'd like to ask K Ford about that and get his ideas of why that is. But anyway, we'll talk about that coming up.
Okay.
We got Husker leakage, we got Husker creepage, and we have Husker peakage. Michael Bruntz,
Josh,
peeking ahead to Houston Christian.
Is this a pervert flash? Is this another one of those?
No.
Okay. Interesting.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No. Coming up shortly, a brand new show here on, we've done a lot here on 1620 Zone in this very short new football season. I mean,
yeah,
we did 20 some odd hours from Kansas City.
Oh, wow.
We added 1620 the pregame. Now we're adding Big Bear Overreaction with our host, Mike Farron.
This is exciting news. A lot of Bear fans in the audience.
So it's going to be a show within a show. That's pretty meta.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, it is.
What is this, community?
In show.
Stephen
M. Sipple will join us.
Awesome.
We've got a super hot take market.
I have a couple that are spicy. One in particular that is spicy, because my inbox continues to show how spicy it is.
Real versus unreal.
Mm-hmm.
I asked the question earlier today on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. We've seen 2 games. What do you think that we have seen so far is real and sustainable? And what is unreal?
Okay.
What is, this is not going to last, or this trend's not going to continue.
Yeah, when you say unreal, John, you don't mean, whoa, that was unreal. This is unreal. This will not be sustainable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So
I just don't want people to be confused by it.
Yeah. So many kickoff returns, and folks love owning Ryan Clark.
Yes, they do.
402-951-1620. Goodbye, JJ McCarthy.
Bye, JJ.
The Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Do you know that we're still giving away $100 gift certificates every week?
What?
Courtesy of Prairie Flower Casino.
What?
It's amazing. I know.
That's tight.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So it's good.
Tight.
You can go to 1620thezone.com. And by the way, we got a lot of other stuff. I believe. Let me look. I need to look.
He's looking. Let him look, Josh.
Let me look.
Put your binoculars away.
I lost my.
Why doesn't it autofill? This drives me nuts.
Good computer you got there, John. I lost my my binoculars.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, when I went to Chicago last week, I forgot them. So I had to order some binoculars that arrived at a store to pick them up. Mm-hmm. And then I went to look for them when I got home, because I was just going to return the other ones. Can't find them. So thank God I bought new ones.
The binoculars that I use for baseball, I just got $15 binoculars from Shields.
Yeah.
They rock.
Nice.
There it is. Up live today. 4-quarter pick'em. Week 1.
Let's go.
We're giving away $250 every week.
Every week?
10 weeks. And then there's a $2,500 grand prize at the end of the season.
Which means keep playing.
Yes, because I believe it's cumulative score, correct?
Yes, it is.
Right. So you want to get in this week, and then you want to get in every week, because then you'll be eligible for the grand prize at the end of the season. And it's very simple. We have 10 games straight up, no spread. You just pick the winner, and whoever wins the week gets $250. And in case of a tie, and this is where being a member of the 1620 the email club is the advantage, the first entry received among all the tied entries. So if you go to and enter today at 1620 the email on our website, you'll get the sneak peek on Monday. You get the sneak peek on Monday.
Wow, lots of peeking today. That's exciting.
In fact, I went in. I
this.
actually played this week, and I noticed there were hundreds of people that had already taken advantage of their email. But get in now. Just make sure you sign up for that email. But you can go to the website right now, because the game is live. We got Wisconsin, Alabama this week, Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, LSU, A&M, Notre Dame, Minnesota, Cal. We got Bears, Lions, Seahawks, Steelers, Eagles, Chiefs, Falcons, Vikings, and Chargers, Raiders. 10 games.
Whoa!
Would you like to guess right now? Would you like to guess right now which of those games has the Man, there are some lopsided margins.
Are there?
Yes. The closest margin in terms of the vote, I believe, goes to Eagles, Chiefs. But the Chiefs are only 34%.
Whoa! Even the fans are disrespecting the Chiefs now, too?
Unreal.
The fans are disrespecting the Chiefs.
If only the great friends of the Grum would have listened to a certain someone on this very show like a month and a half ago when he said in Hot Take Market, the Chiefs are starting 0-2. They've already done half of it, and they're losing again on Sunday.
Happy regression, Kansas City Chiefs.
That said, if I'm wrong, then Chiefs fans, you can't even make fun of me because I'll be very happy because that means you beat Philadelphia. So it's a win-win for me. Correct on the take, the Eagles lose. I am golden this Sunday afternoon. Golden, John.
Well, last night, the Bears looked golden for 3 quarters.
Yeah.
The Vikings had less than 90 yards of offense going into the fourth quarter.
Yikes. And they were up at one point by 10 points.
And they ended up winning.
They scored 21 unanswered.
They ended up winning, but they went 21 unanswered, ended up going up by 10. Bears got a late touchdown, but wasn't enough.
Bad kickoff.
It had all the makings. You know, the whole night was about, oh man, this Ben Johnson, he's gonna mentor Caleb Williams. He's gonna turn him into a great quarterback. The Bears are finally gonna have a great quarterback. And the one thing I was most impressed with Caleb Williams was his ability to avoid sacks. That was pretty much what he was able to do best last night, was avoid sacks until the fourth quarter. And then there was J.J. McCarthy on the other side. And you got, Kevin O'Connell. He's a quarterback whisperer. What's he going to do with this guy? And for 3 quarters, he looked like trash.
Yeah, he looked bad.
The Vikings offense was terrible.
Yeah, even Jefferson was struggling. Dropped some passes.
Dropped a couple of passes. It was one of my 4 legs in my underdog parlay. TJ Hawkinson had like 11 yards in reception, 11 yards in catches last night. He needed like 45.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, this isn't going to happen. And then all of a sudden, Minnesota got the running game going. And that's all it took because it completely turned on a dime. Jordan Mason got loose. Jones got away on a couple. And next thing you know, Minnesota's offense is clicking. J.J. McCarthy's fitting balls into windows. And I can't remember a rookie who in his very first game is getting overwhelmed. He looked overwhelmed. Not all of it was his fault. I mean, the Bears were in the backfield a lot last night. But I can't remember a game where a rookie in his first game looked overwhelmed and then all of a sudden it just flipped.
Yeah.
And he ends up engineering this great comeback, had a great touchdown run, to put Minnesota up by 10. And that was it. It was a weird game, fun game to watch, even though it wasn't necessarily the best looking game in the world. It didn't have a ton of offense, despite the points. But it was still fun to watch because it was so intriguing to see what these 2 coaches were going to do with these quarterbacks. And, the jury's still out. Obviously, McCarthy's got a long ways to go.
Yeah, it's one game.
Connor was talking earlier about, thinking that the Bears aren't going to be all that bad. It's possible, but they're kind of like, in a weird way, the Bears are kind of like Nebraska, where they've got to learn to start doing it before we start to believe that they can do it. They look like they have the potential, but they can't finish. Nebraska had all these problems in 1-score games. The Bears having these problems finishing, holding on to leads at the end of these games. And while I want to believe what Connor was saying, it's kind of like with the same thing as we were thinking with Nebraska. They got to show me that they can do it a few times before I'm going to believe that they're actually capable of doing it.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to one of my friends, Aaron, because in the group chat, right before the field goal that the Bears attempted to go from 17-6 to 20-6, he says, I'm not sure I've seen an 11-point game where I'm like, well, this game is over no matter what this kick does. And sure enough, wouldn't you know it, They miss the field goal, and immediately the Vikings go down. They run the ball. McCarthy gets a couple of passes to Jefferson, and they finally get him going. They score a touchdown, and what seemed like a domination was a one-score game. Like, I mean, it was so fast. And the other thing, too, John, is like the pick six really did a good job. It was kind of heavy lifting for the Bears in making the game feel or seem like it was one that the Vikings had no chance to win it. Mm-hmm. As bad as the first half was, and it was bad for the Minnesota Vikings, they were down by 4. They were down by 4 points. All of that work by the Bears defense or ineptitude by the Vikings offense, but their own offense, theirs being Chicago's, couldn't do anything. They couldn't get anything going. They had the great first drive. We have the replay on right now on NFL Network, and there's 11 minutes left in the first half, and the Bears are only up 7-3. So think about that. Right down the field, they're up 7-0, and early in the second quarter, their offense isn't doing anything. Caleb Williams ran around. He's running around on this play that we're watching right now, picked up a few yards, but that offense was just so bad. And so they had the chances to put the Vikings away, and they let them hang around. And then, man, McCarthy, you said what you just did. I was stunned at his ability to put the interception out of his mind because, man, how many times have you watched a football game, and whether or not it's a first-year starter, but somebody makes a mistake, a quarterback makes a mistake like that on the road at the end of what has been like a real tough start to the game, and it's like, yep, this is just not their night. For him to come back from that, to lead them down to 3 consecutive scoring drives, finishing with the exclamation of running in the touchdown on his own. I mean, look, do I think McCarthy's going to be like all that in a bag of chips over the course of his career? No. Was I very much impressed last night? Absolutely, I was. I couldn't believe that he overcame that putrid start.
No, he did. He overcame it, and the Vikings get the dub, and now they get to go and play the Falcons. The Bears have the Lions, so wow. You got 2 teams.
Huge.
I mean, the Lions took one on the chin last week. Now the Bears and the Lions go at it. And somebody's going to be 0-2. A lot of people would be like, Bears going 0-2. That's not a surprise. But based on where they were, 45 minutes into that 60-minute contest, you would not have guessed it. All right, so that's all of what we got coming up today here on the Grum. If that wasn't enough great Bears mojo for you, Mike Farron will be up next. Oh, there might be some baseball in there too, but he is our new host of Big Bear Overreaction.
Wow. This is so exciting.
Yeah, Big Bear Overreaction. 402-951-1620 on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Nick at 1620thezone.com.
That's me.
That is the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. And if you want to answer our question today of what is real and what is unreal through the first 2 games. What are things that you have seen out of this Nebraska team that you think are real and sustainable? And what things have you seen so far that are unreal, not sustainable, or not something that's going to continue through the rest of the season? You can answer that question on our JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. And speaking of that, we have another pair of passes to give away to Vallis Pumpkin Patch. We're going to do a question later in the Grum that can only be answered on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. And we will pick the first correct answer, and they will get the 2 passes to Vallis Pumpkin Patch. Cool?
I love it. I love giving away great prizes, and I love Vallis.
Yeah.
So coming up next, we'll talk with Mike Farron on 1620 The Zone.
The Bears have lost. The time to bitch is now. Big Bear Overreaction is on the air. Call now, 402-951-1620. Big Bear Overreaction on 1620 The Zone is brought to you by Portillo's. Hey Bears, if you're going to choke, at least choke on one of our hot dogs. By Binny's Beverage Depot. Yeah, you're going to need a lot more to drink than even we can handle. And by the Chicago Cubs. If you think that offensive slumber in the fourth quarter was bad, come watch us. And now, Big Bear Overreaction with your host, Mike Barrett.
Yeah, there it is. Oops. There it is.
That's fantastic. That was great. Here was my favorite part was that we've already reached, like the 6 stages of football grief with the Bears, that there were a number of people that were blaming the officiating last night. The officiating was against them, and that's why they lost, including my colleague Chris Childers, Chris Ranji at ChemOX. I started getting into it with Ranger on Twitter. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, they get, there are these penalties and the refs, like, I was like, dude, they committed 11 penalties for 122 yards. It's not like they were out to get them on every one of those undisciplined plays. Like, holy cow. Also, like, what did you expect? It's the Bears. Like, did anybody go into this game thinking they were going to win? They saw the first drive and they were like, this is awesome. We're going to win the Super Bowl. The 85 Bears are there. It's a 40th anniversary. Let's stop. Like, my God. Like, this is, you know what? The only thing worse than that was, writing an article that called Iowa an embarrassment to college football when they have twice as many 10-win seasons as Nebraska has winning seasons in the last decade.
You don't have to compare them to Nebraska, Mike. You can just compare them to themselves. Embarrassing program. Thank you for reading, by the way, though. I appreciate that, Mike.
No, I didn't really read it. I just saw the tweet, and I was like, that was one of the dumbest things that you have ever seen. Like, it is like all they do is win 10 games every year. Who cares if they have an offense? Like, they win. They lost. I'm sorry, they scored 13 points against the number 14 team in the country. It's not like they struggled against Cincinnati.
Hey, Cincinnati's a tough team, Mike. They're a very tough team.
Yeah. You know who's tougher? Iowa State.
I'm not. No argument here. Hey, let me ask you about this, Mike, about the Bears, because
No. We're gonna keep talking about the fact Iowa? That you just like have this incredible disrespect for an Iowa team that has been to a bowl game every year since 2012. Like, they've had 2 losing seasons in the last 25 years, and they're an embarrassment.
You don't think
you
that it was
embarrassed for even thinking about writing that?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
You're just jealous that
I am not.
That hasn't been relevant in a decade.
Mike, they approach defense and special teams like I would want any program or franchise to approach defense and special teams. They care immensely. They think offense is an afterthought, and it has long held them back. It is embarrassing that if we look at Nebraska and say they
were in the Citrus Bowl 2 years ago.
I don't care about the Citrus Bowl. Mike, they've had the number 1 defense like 3 times in the last 7 years.
Great.
Number
and they
1.
Keep going to bowl games.
Yeah, awesome. Congratulations on the participation trophy. Imagine if they approached offense.
Nebraska's not even participating.
This isn't about Nebraska. This is about Iowa.
Always about Nebraska.
What does Nebraska have to do with anything here?
You're the one. You're a Nebraska writer. You're writing for Nebraska Newsmax or whatever it is, that site that you have it. Holy cow!
No, man.
The way suddenly be a national analyst.
Patriots apply to you, Mike.
The way that they approach offense is absolutely embarrassing, and it is making the program look embarrassing because of it. If they cared about offense, they could be a playoff team on an annual basis, but they don't, and they never will under Kirk Ferentz. It's ridiculous.
Kirk Ferentz.
I didn't expect that.
Kirk Ferentz is the winningest coach in Iowa football history, right? Like,
he's actually winningest coach in Big Ten history.
Yeah, he's been around for like 25 years.
Yeah, longer than Hayden Fry was, who was also a great coach. Like, 7 years between those last 2 coaches.
That's a pretty long time.
It was the longest tenured Nebraska coach in the last 20 years.
Bo Pelini.
He lasted Callahan there for an hour.
He lasted 7 years. Yeah.
Oh, I don't even know where to go from here.
Oh wait, I love the guy who said the 4chan football pervert is on the list. That's terrific.
Wait, what?
Check out J-Man. That's amazing.
D Fight says, I'm never going to recover from my
But Bumblebee Tuna thinking that I'm an Iowa fan is the best part of this too. I'm not. I'm a Northwestern fan. Like, I know how bad my team is.
I saw your team in person on Friday, Mike.
Oh,
I was there
why
in the
would you
building
do
for
that?
that because they
Why?
paid me. It was awesome. It was a great time.
Northwestern paid you to be there?
No, the Big Ten Network did.
Oh.
No, Northwestern's
Really?
paying off somebody else right now. They don't have enough money to pay.
Please finish the football stadium.
It'll be around someday.
So I was, as I was gallivanting about town, I had a chance to catch Power Alley this morning, and you and Jim were talking about roster strength, comparing. Some
This is the end of the show. Yeah.
Near the end of the show.
Yeah.
Do you truly believe that the Mariners have the best roster in the
American League? Yeah, I think they do. I mean, look at like start to put that lineup in front of you, right? Like look at what their lineup looks like. You know, they're in the top 10 in the league in runs scored. I think from a talent perspective, I mean, Julio Rodriguez, Randy Arozarena, Cal Raleigh, Eugenio Suarez, Josh Naylor, like just that alone, plus JP Crawford is a really good player. They're deep enough with Victor Robles. Like it's a really good offensive team. Their rotation has 3 absolute monsters in it, and Logan Gilbert and George Kirby and Brian Wu. And their bullpen, while not super famous, Andres Munoz is one of the best relievers on the planet, and Matt Brash is back and just ripping sliders like crazy. So, I think from an overall, I don't think that they have the biggest stars. I think the Yankees have bigger stars. But I think from an overall roster standpoint, I totally agree with Duke. And I was texting with somebody. Actually, I'll tell you, I was texting with Monaco yesterday about this.
Okay.
Because Mike's got the Red Sox again this weekend, and I just at the last minute had to do the Diamondbacks Red Sox series, and we were texting a little bit about it. And he was just asking me my thoughts on the American League, and I said the same thing. I was like, I think from a roster standpoint, the Mariners are the best. Does that mean anything? No, absolutely not. Doesn't mean that they're going to make the playoffs. Doesn't mean that they're going to win the West. Doesn't mean that they're going to advance to the postseason. But on paper, if you were to ask me to take one of those 6 American League teams right now, I would take them first and probably the Yankees second.
Mike, how concerning is the Brewers bullpen right now as the playoffs approach?
I'll feel better when I see Trevor McGill come back and pitch in a game, but I would not say that I'm overly concerned, but I would not say that I'm unconcerned either. So, I think obviously anytime that you have issues to key guys down the stretch, it's a problem. But it sounds like for the most part, they're going to get guys back here soon. And they do a great job of ensuring that they have enough quality arms. Like remember, like if you're talking about guys they have a lot of high octane guys in their bullpen, and we're going to talk about shortening the pen here when we get to the postseason, right? Like Nick Mears is going to be pitching in B games, right? Like he's going to be pitching to try and keep it a 1-run deficit as opposed to try and keep it a 1-run lead when he comes back. And I think he'll be back from injury too. So like some of those guys are I don't want to call them superfluous, but they're good relievers whose role gets pushed out. The only thing I'm really looking at with relievers is what percentage of batters are you striking out? Like that's what really matters in the postseason. How are you going to limit contact? And what's your home run for fly ball percentage? And those guys tend to do pretty well. I think they have enough guys that are above average in terms of strikeout pitchers that even with a couple of injuries that they should be fine. I'm not really worried about the Brewers overall. I don't know whether or not they're going to go deep in the National League playoffs. I like the fact that they don't swing outside the strike zone. I like the fact that they have hit for more power over the last 2 months. Terang suddenly hitting for power and William Contreras being healthy have helped. Getting Yelich back in the lineup last night was big. They should get Hoskins back tonight. So I think they have a lot of really exciting elements. That said, I don't know if that means that they make it out of the division series or not.
You just spoke of Yelich a moment ago. He wasn't on the IL, but he was out for a few days, the back injury. He's played 132 games this year, and given his recent injury history, that has been, and it's not like the Brewers have been sailing with, good luck all year. I mean, they've lost some guys this year, but the fact that he has been healthy this long, given his injury history, that's a huge lift for this team.
Enormous. And it sounds like he kind of finally talked about it yesterday, and he was like, he's like, I know you guys were all worried about it because of the back stuff, the stuff that he's had the last couple of years. He's like, but I wasn't. He's like, this was different. It was just general soreness, and he wasn't recovering quite as well because he's in his 30s. And, he knows the difference between significant back pain and what's a little bit of discomfort, I think, at this point, having had surgery on it last year. So I think the fact that he's played 132 games and had a really good season is really important for Milwaukee too. That's that lineup's better than people give it credit for. Jackson Churio's a guy. Like, that guy's pretty good. I like their role players. I don't know how they'll do in postseason series, but they do have 5 or 6 guys that you have to worry about in the lineup, and Yelich is certainly one of them.
Mike, speaking of like injuries and struggles, how big of a question is Aaron Judge's arm now as the postseason approaches?
I would say on the like, oh my gosh to meh scale, it's more close to meh than it is oh my gosh. Like, the fact that he can play in the outfield, like, our team's going to try and take an extra base on him, sure, but the fact is that it's going to make their lineup better by getting Stanton in there. And, we're talking maybe once every 2 games that you're going to end up seeing his arm challenged, whereas he still gets great jumps. He made a catch the other day that had like a 5% probability on a sinking liner. Like, he's actually a really good right fielder and very quick still for a guy who's 6'7" and 30 years old. So, or 31 years old. So, I don't think it's that big a deal. I say that, and then if they lose a game, because he has to hit a cutoff man or can't throw all the way through, and the cutoff man doesn't have enough time to make a good throw. We'll see, but I think for the most part, it's just he's a fundamentally sound player who's going to throw to the right base anyway. It's not going to throw as quickly.
Speaking of injuries, might as well stay on the subject. Trey Turner, hamstring strain. Is there any reason, if he's available to, for the Phillies to bring him back before the postseason?
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that today, like maybe to get a couple of plate appearances or so on the last weekend of the year.
Back,
yeah, but I mean, the thing is that, this isn't the 2007 Rockies who, didn't have any way to keep, or apparently didn't realize that there were pitching machines available to try and keep their timing in getting ready for the Red Sox after having 8 days off. I think teams are much better at that. I think have you guys heard of the Traject machine? This thing is unbelievably cool. So it's a pitching machine.
Is this the thing that like mimics specific pitches from specific pitchers?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's awesome.
It even creates a hologram of the pitcher so that you can see their delivery, and it adjusts to mimic their arm slot and the way that they release the ball. Like, these things you can't own one. You have to rent them, and they rent for like $400,000 a year, but basically everybody has them, I think, except Washington. And so, you can go in and track or hit against it. And now, I was talking to a coach about this the other day. It used to be like hitting off velocity was a challenge for players because it does create a pounding. Baseball's hard and it creates pounding on your hands and it can wear you out. Well, now they have these pretty high quality foam balls that they use for those so you can take as many swings as you want and not really feel that, and that same kind of pain. So I'm not really worried about Turner as long as he can play the field. I am curious to see how it impacts him on the base paths because he is a very good and efficient base stealer. He's also had one of the best defensive seasons statistically of his career. Does that impact him there? I don't know the answer to that, but I think it's encouraging that they're encouraged he'll be back in time for wherever their first playoff game, which should be in the division series round. And I think that would be the only reason to bring him back in that last weekend of the year is if you wanted him to get at bats against players or against, pitchers in competition, maybe as a DH for a game or something like that, so that he doesn't have to sit another 5 days before the competition gets started. But it's not a necessity at this point.
Mike, every year when we get Talktober with you, we talk about like, hey, who do you like in this series? And you're always like, I don't know. I have no idea because baseball's random and weird crap happens in October. Is there though something that you are looking for with the contenders or the wild card teams like over the next month that would like lead you to maybe like them more than a particular part? Like, what are you looking for now that we've gotten to this point in the season?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's anything specific that I'm looking for in the way that they play over the course of the next 3 weeks, but I've already kind of highlighted some of it. Offensively, which teams and which players swing at strikes the most frequently, who hits high velocity the best, and who hits the ball out of the ballpark. Those are the things that I'm looking for. So you want guys to make good strike zone judgments. Like the Dodgers, this is the reason why the Dodgers are a different lineup with Max Muncy in it. Max Muncy is one of the best at managing the strike zone, right? He's not the biggest star on the Dodgers team, but he kind of is the engine that makes them go because he's so selective, and I do think some of that is contagious. So who does the best job of managing their swing decisions, who hits the ball out of the ballpark, and who can get on a heater? You know, the average fastball from a right-hander is now 95 miles an hour. My guess is it's going to be a little hotter than that in the postseason because, again, the rosters get a little shorter and the pitching is a little better.
Yeah.
But that's something to keep in mind. And then from the pitching side, it's who misses bats, who limits walks, who keeps the ball in the ballpark. Those are the things that I kind of look at.
Yeah.
And I think, and another one that I kind of have started to look at is which starters are really good at going through a lineup twice, because that's the way the game's played in the postseason, right? Is your starters are going 18 batters deep. They're not going, Jack Morris isn't coming through the door anymore. You know, like that's just not the way. The relievers are too good now. So who are the best at getting through a lineup twice? And we actually ran this exercise last week, and the guy at the top, unsurprisingly, is Tarek Skubal. The number 2 guy on the list was surprising. It's Nick Pivetta of the Padres, which gives you, for all the concerns about the Padres pitching, like Michael King's coming back tonight, Pivetta, King, Cease. Cease's ERA isn't good, but he's been really, like, his peripherals say that it should be lower. He doesn't give up a ton of homers, a lot of strikeouts. The walks are always an issue with him, but it gives them a little bit better rotation when you start to look at it through that lens, and their bullpen is really good. So I think that's kind of the way that I would say that gives me, at least informs the predictions that I make, knowing that like none of it matters. It's baseball, and this is just the biggest crapshoot in the world.
Is it a little bit too little too late? Giants have won 12 of their last 15. They're within 3 games of the Mets. Can they make a run here? Are they in the process of making that run?
I mean, they're doing the best that they can right now. Their offense has looked a lot better. You know, Devers finally is healthy and got hot. It's been kind of quiet, but Adames has had a great second half for them. You know, not the first guy that struggles in the first half as a free agent, right? And then starts to put it together. Their offense is a little better than, we said in June. I think we talked about it like during the College World Series when they made the trade for Devers, that like, hey, this changes the complexion of their lineup. And now that he's healthy, he had a groin and a back issue, and he's adjusted to the new league and the new surroundings. He's an impactful player. So, I had some questions about their bullpen. I had some questions about their rotation depth. I don't think that they're going to run down the Mets. We were kind of talking about this today. Like, it feels like the Mets have no chance of getting to that top wild card spot, and yet they're only 3 games out of it. Well, that's how far the Giants are back. And the Giants are in a stretch of 19 straight games against the Cardinals, Diamondbacks, and Dodgers. Diamondbacks are right there with them record-wise. Dodgers, obviously, they've got 2 series left with them, I think 7 games. And the Cardinals aren't bad and just took a series from them, right? They're about the same as the Giants record-wise. So I think the task is probably too tall for any of the teams in either league on the outside looking in right now. But, it is interesting to see that they're playing well. I mean, they've won 12 of 15, and they wouldn't be the first Bob Melvin team to run down a team better than them in September.
Well, as we wrap up this edition of Big Bear Overreaction, I saw this as we were coming on the air. Check out, these are the records of the Chicago professional sports teams in the decade of the 2020s. Nobody has a winning record. The Cubs are at 500. Well, I'm sure they'll fall under 500 tonight with another stellar offensive effort, but the Bears are 29-56. The Blackhawks have lost twice as much as they've won. The Bulls are 10 games under. The White Sox are 120 games under.
That's
combined. Combined. Yeah, I know. It seems
That's
like it
all.
should be more.
That's kind of a surprise to me. Yeah.
Combined record, Chicago's professional sports teams are 211 games below 500. Congratulations.
One that tracks. Two, the Bulls are just like they should change the team nickname to Play In Game. Like that's so there's like or 10 seed. Like that should be that they're in it every year, right? Like that's the Bulls. They're just like, how can we be as mediocre as possible? Let's find a way. Oh man. Yeah, the Blackhawks one hurts seeing as they have one of the best players in the league now the last 2 years.
Yeah.
But
it's proud to know that the Cubs are holding up the fort for the rest of the series.
Yeah. And if they lose today, they'll be under 500 in that group too. That's amazing. That's not a surprise. Hey, the White Sox are playing better. Second half of the season's been
yes, they have.
They're 500 teams since the All-Star break. We had AJ Hinch on this morning. He was very complimentary of them. If they go 8-10, they avoid 100 losses, which is no small feat when you consider they had the worst record in modern baseball history last year.
Well, and I was looking at the standings this morning, Mike, and seeing that the Rockies are already at 40 wins. Like Rockies bottom, RIP that great segment from April and May. We're not doing that anymore either.
I mean, they're still going to lose like 117 games.
They're still bad.
So it's going to be one of the worst teams of all time.
But they're going to be better than last year's White Sox.
They're going to be better than last year's White Sox.
That's what you got. See, Nick, you're not a total failure. You're just a mostly partial failure.
I'm okay with being a partial failure.
Nice.
And by the way, 2 days ago, happy 30th anniversary to Cal Ripken breaking the streak.
How about, first of all, that was really cool. Like the whole thing. Cal did a bunch of interviews around that were neat. Including a great one with the Cespedes Barbecue guys where he spent some time talking about that first day. That day was his daughter's first day of school, and he like took his daughter to school that morning. They were like, "Do you get special treatment?" He's like, "No, I walked her into the class." Like, can you imagine being the teacher there and you're like, "What do you? What
that
do
is
you do?"
incredible.
Right? So that was cool. And then to have one of the most bonkers finishes to a baseball game happen in that you're being no hit, 2 outs at the bottom of the ninth, to one of the best teams in baseball with one of the best pitchers in the league on the mound, and you come back and win 4-3. Like that was the only time that's ever happened before where one single pitcher has been 1 out away from finishing a World Series or finishing a no-hitter and losing was Bill Bevins in the 1947 World Series for the Yankees.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
That's the only other time it happened. He walked 10 guys in that game. I think it was Cookie Lavaghetto with the
game-winning hit, wasn't it?
Yeah. The 2-run double to right field that ended it. So after they intentionally walked Pete Reiser, which if you know anything about baseball history, Pete Reiser was absolutely the guy that you intentionally walked. He also was the guy that you should have banned fences because his career essentially ended because he couldn't stop running into the wall. He had the last rights read for him.
He was like Bump Bailey in The Natural.
Yes, I think he was actually based on Pete Reiser.
Was it?
Like,
okay.
Yeah, I mean that was like Pete Reiser was this incredible player who kept getting hurt because he kept crashing into the fence.
And by the way, the fences back then, you had brick walls and stuff like that. It wasn't good. But the best video of that Orioles comeback though was the one I tweeted out that Josh really loved on Saturday night.
I was watching football.
It was from a fan who's sitting behind home plate, and the ball gets hit. The first run scores, and this Dodger fan wearing a Kershaw jersey just gets up and disgustedly walks out of the frame. It's just so perfect. He was so mad because he was there. He was that close to history, and then poof.
Yeah, Josh, your football takes are so bad you might want to stick to baseball.
I will do no such thing, Mike. I will stay away.
We wish you would stay away from football.
All right, Mike. Well, have a good one. Nice inaugural edition of Big Bear Overreaction.
Yeah, very excited. Hopefully we can blame somebody. Blaming the officials is the first sign of grief. Next week, it'll be the offensive coordinator, and in week 3, it'll be the quarterback. So
nice.
Very excited, guys. Like we can run down the playbook. Maybe I'll be like every other Chicago talk show host and tape a video of me sitting on park equipment, being very upset, making my face look like a tomato because the Bears lost again, as if they weren't going to lose. Like,
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Try entertaining an audience sometime. Okay, I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Bye, Mike.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Radio. When we come back, K Ford And his latest projections. Also, we're going to take a look at the rest of the Nebraska schedule, which is basically Big Ten teams, and how they have improved or gotten worse. According to K Ford, in the first 2 weeks of the season, Nebraska's schedule may have gotten easier. Easier. And it was already pretty easy to start with.
Indeed it was.
All things considered. That and more as we continue. A reminder that we are California Dreamin'. Yes, we are going to send 2 people to the UCLA game on November the 8th. This is our California Dreamin' Flyaway powered by Neutral Vodka Seltzer. You're going to get 2 tickets to the game in the Rose Bowl, 2 round-trip tickets, flight Omaha to LAX, 2-night stay in a hotel, and a $350 gift card to spend on whatever you wish. You can enter today online. Just look for the California Dreamin' Flyaway banner and enter to win at 1620thezone.com, powered by Neutral Vodka Seltzer.
Hey everyone, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy, and you can go to the website or the app underdogfantasy.com right now, and you can find some picks. John, I know that we're very sad it's Tuesday. The week is over, but don't worry, it'll be Thursday before you know it, which means that there are a variety of players that you might like or dislike, and that is what is the fun thing about Underdog. I am looking at the Washington-Green Bay matchup that we have coming up in just a couple of days. Everybody loves Jaden Daniels and what he was able to do last year. Maybe you go higher on the touchdown rushes or, I guess, receptions at a half. And, of course, on the other side, you have the Green Bay Packers. What do you think it happens with Jordan Love? Whatever you do, you can put it together. And, John, you can do it in Nebraska, which is absolutely awesome.
That's right. It's all possible right here in Nebraska, no having to sneak across state lines. And you can do it with any sport that you like. I've got a 3-way going tonight featuring the Cubs' Cade Horton going higher than 3.5 strikeouts, Nico Horner getting higher than 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBI, and former Creighton Blue Jay Isaac Collins higher on hits, runs, and RBI. And that pays nearly 5.5 times my money. It's fun to do. It's easy, and it pays well. And right now, if you use our promo code at sign up, 1620 the zone, that's our promo code, you can score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. All you have to do is find and download that Underdog Fantasy app. And when you play your first $5, score $50 in bonus funds by using our promo code 1620. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdog.fantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. It's so quiet. It's so quiet. It's so fun. Hello, everyone. Welcome
Hello,
back.
John.
We are back here on the Grum, 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, zonetv.live, or make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. You get to see all of our live Zone shows. And if you hit the little alarm bell, then you'll get a notification every time we go on the air. So you'll never miss a thing from your boys at 1620 The Zone. By the way, coming up, we got a Husker trivia question for 2 passes to Valles. The first correct answer on our J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page will get the prize.
Nice.
So stay tuned for that. Kelly Ford, K-Ford Ratings, has come out. He has updated all the team sheets and the projected Big Ten standings. What did the Akron game, what did the results of week 2 do to the projections? Well, Nebraska's jumped up another spot.
Hello.
They're up to 7th with a projected 5.5 Big Ten wins. That is up a half a win from last week. They have leapfrogged Michigan, who has dropped to 8th. They're right behind Illinois and Indiana. There's actually, if you look at it, you've got like basically 3 tiers. Well, there's more than 3 tiers, but the top 3 tiers, you got Ohio State and Oregon within 0.2 of a win of each other.
And it drops
then you've
down.
got USC, who has really been a darling this year in terms of what the analytics believe. And Penn State. Penn State's actually down to 4th.
Yeah, how about
in
that?
K-Ford's projections. They've dropped down from 2nd, so that 10-point first half against FIU wasn't particularly impressive.
No.
And then the next tier basically is that 5-team group of Illinois, Indiana, Nebraska, Michigan, and Washington.
Yeah.
And that's where Nebraska finds itself right now. Huskers with a 51% chance of a 6-3 Big Ten record, a 22% chance of a 7-win Big Ten season.
Jimmy writes, Purdue is better than Northwestern, right? Yeah, I think the analytics are still catching up because, John, weren't you the person who said over the weekend UCLA might be the basement-dwelling team for the conference this year? And right now, Kelly Ford still has them at 16th. So there's still a little catch-up to be done with what's going on all over the conference, but in particular at the bottom right now, I think.
All right, so that is where the projected Big Ten standings are.
Yes.
This is the K-Ford ratings change since preseason.
Okay.
So we're going to zoom in on this a little bit. I have highlighted Nebraska. I've also highlighted all of Nebraska's Big Ten opponents. And if you notice, when you look at this, 6 of the 9 Big Ten opponents have seen a ratings decrease since the start of the season. Only 3 have a ratings increase. Now, USC, they're one of the top ratings increase teams in the country. Their power ranking has gone up 6.2 points, which is a healthy, that's a touchdown difference per game. Oops, according to K Ford, I didn't mean to do that. Of course, Florida State's number 1. South Florida's number 2. Temple's number 3. So USC is at number 8, 6.2. The next team in line, in terms of these teams that we're talking about, is Nebraska. Nebraska's power ranking has gone up 1.9.
Wow.
It's 43rd best in the country. It's essentially tied with Maryland, who is another Nebraska opponent, 1.9. The only other opponent on Nebraska's Big Ten schedule that has seen a ratings increase, a ratings change increase on K-Ford is Minnesota, up 1.3. But if you look at the other end of the spectrum,
it's a lot of going down.
UCLA, 7 points, almost 7 points worse than when they started the season.
Yikes.
Michigan, nearly 5 points down since the start of the season. Northwestern down 3. Penn State down 2.5. Iowa down 2 and change. And Michigan State down a little less than 2 points.
Interesting.
But those are all Nebraska's future opponents.
Yep.
It was already a schedule that was determined to be a light schedule. I think it was 3rd lightest schedule in the Big Ten, according to a lot of the experts. And it's gotten easier. Yes, the USC game has gotten a lot harder. The Maryland game's got a little harder. The Minnesota's game, theoretically, has gotten a little harder.
Everything else
has gotten a little bit easier.
Is that a weird sentence for you to say? The Maryland game has gotten a little harder.
Yeah, well, that's very fair, Nick. But they have looked solid enough through the first 2 games.
You're going to let the crab people beat you?
No, they will not. They will win.
So what does this all mean? Well, take a look at this.
Wow.
K Ford has now projected 8.5 wins. That is up another half point from last week, and it's up a full point from the preseason. So in just 2 weeks, Nebraska's win total has gone from 7.5 to 8.5. Look at the percentage change increase. 51% chance of a 9-win season. That's up 15 points from last week. That has doubled.
That's crazy.
That has doubled
Crazy.
from the start of the season.
Crazy.
The preseason K Ford for 9 wins was 24%. It is now at 51. Wow.
That is absolutely bonkers. And you look at the matchups individually, all of them except for Minnesota has seen an increase in the percentage chance for Nebraska winning. Even USC, with how good USC has looked so far to start the season. Nebraska now over 50% chance to beat Michigan, according to Kelly Ford, when they play them next weekend. That is bonkers, man.
By the way, that Michigan has changed from 37% to 56%. It's gone up nearly 20 points.
Wow.
It's gone from a Michigan win to now a projected Nebraska win in 2 weeks. We've tweeted out this same graphic if you want to take a look at it for yourself on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. We'll make sure we hit the retweet button. But in just 2 weeks, Nebraska has seen its chances of winning 9 games double in just 2 weeks. Coming up next, we'll talk to Michael Bruns of Husker 24/7 on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show and acting on what they thought was a hunch. John and Josh wanted to start a family, and now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Husker 24/7's Michael Brunts, that is. Bruntsy, how you doing today?
Not bad. How's it going?
Good.
Not bad. Was your reaction to Denver's last offensive play the same as mine when they just decided to go for it on fourth down and throw a giant arm punt down the field? That was quite the decision. Fortunately, it worked out because of the great Denver defense, but wow, that was an odd finish.
Yeah, it was a very look at me play call. It felt like it was the way I saw it described, and I think that was pretty accurate. But there had to have been some kind of payoff for watching 3 hours or whatever that game was. So I'm glad that the defense at least held up their end of the bargain. But hey, 1-0. It could be worse. Right?
Don't apologize for wins in the NFL, Brunts. We never do.
No, I'm not, and I'm foreseeing, unfortunately, probably a lot of those types of games in my future. So I have that to look forward to.
Well, the good news is Nebraska's not putting many people through heartache right now, especially after you win 68-0. What was your biggest takeaway from Saturday?
Oh man, I don't know. I think Nebraska actually doing what it was supposed to do is that and not only doing what they're supposed to do, but doing it and really just kind of taking care of an opponent. I mean, I was trying to think when Nebraska had done that, because even against past group of whatever they are now teams and FCS teams, it's always kind of felt more difficult than it needs to be. So that was one thing, was that it felt like progress in that regard to me. The other thing I liked was, Nebraska was still running its offense with its backups in there, and I like that we got to see, the second and third teams, and I thought they looked pretty good, relative to maybe what we've seen from backups and third teamers in the past when there's been those types of games. I mean, in the past, it felt like guys very clearly going through it for the first time, and the group that Latif went in there and led, which was, a lot of redshirt freshmen and younger players, they look pretty good to my eye. And, I think that maybe speaks to a little bit of the depth that this team has this season, that they've been able to develop, and also just finding young guys that are, maybe a little bit more advanced earlier in their careers. So those are kind of the two off the cuff things I took away from that game. Defensively, I don't know that I learned a ton, but I think offensively, the conversation going into that game had been, well, is Nebraska just going to be a dink and dunk team like they were against Cincinnati? But I think there's a fair amount of explosiveness there in the offense when they want there to be.
Brunts, one of those explosive plays was from Luke Lindenmeyer, who had a 22-yard catch. He finished with 3 for 44 on the night, his first touchdown of the season. He now has 8 for 91 on the year with that one touchdown. Like, did you see this kind of start coming from him? Because you are the foremost tight end observer in the Nebraska media. So I feel very good asking you this question. And like, how good can he be, do you think, in 2025?
Yeah, I appreciate the kind words there. I do think he can be an effective weapon. I think he's really kind of come along during his Nebraska career early on. I think he battled some injuries and, kind of needed to get his body right just to kind of be able to contribute in the way he has been. And, I think to his credit, when Dana Holgerson showed up, Luke Lindenmeyer ran with the opportunity. I mean, it was a little bit of a reset for him. I think he's always kind of had the ability as a pass catcher, but he's always kind of just been, typecast as an inline blocker, and he can certainly do that. But I think he's kind of a complete tight end. I mean, I think that's the one thing that he's shown through these first two games is, he can do some stuff with the ball after he catches it. He's also going to get in there and set the edge against the defensive end. And I don't know. I think it's kind of been one of those stories where opportunity has kind of met preparation for a guy. And, I think you also have to give Luke credit because, he spent the spring, really working on becoming more of a receiving threat. I know he worked with a private coach down in Florida in the spring and in the summer to improve as a route runner and as a receiver. So he's really put in the work there. But I think he's a guy that, can really be a weapon in this offense and kind of needs to be. I mean, with Mac Markway being hurt, Carter Nelson kind of slowly coming back from that hip injury, they're really going to need to rely on Lindenmeyer quite a bit. And I think he's really taken that opportunity and done pretty well with it.
Today, Michael Bruntz, Dana Holgerson said that Nebraska's goal is to score a touchdown on 70% of their drives. Nebraska was only 64% on Saturday.
Sad.
Is that an unrealistic goal? I mean, because even if you look at the Cincinnati game, there was 10 drives in that game, which means they need 7 touchdowns, which means they're supposed to score 35 points. That seems like a very lofty goal to me.
Yeah, yes, I would say that is a very lofty goal. If they're scoring 70% of the time against Michigan, you feel okay about the way the season's going to go. But no, I mean, I thought it was kind of humorous, but also I think kind of speaks to the type of expectations that Dana has when, you ask him about that game against Akron and he, without too much prodding, goes to the 4th drive where Nebraska basically takes over from the punt in Akron's red zone and just looks super disjointed and doesn't end up scoring there. So I think that just kind of speaks to what the bar is with him. And I think that's why he's been a really good offensive coach for so long, is he's not afraid to have high expectations. He's not afraid to hold guys to those expectations. I mean, 70%, yeah, that's pretty high. But that's the kind of, step forward that he wants this offense to make. I mean, they even had, you fumble at the 1, you get stopped at the 1. I mean, that score could have been much, much worse than it was already, with a little bit more efficiency. So, I guess the offense is going to continue to work towards that 70% number, but I do think he kind of believes this offense, could be something pretty special. And I don't know if it's just Dylan and kind of the way he's playing right now, if it's the collection of skill position players they've got or what, but I just, as the fall's kind of gone along, I think he's kind of had the sense that this offense can take a really, really big step forward from what they were in the past.
So, Bruntz, I think collectively, most people agree around here. I yet am sensing still not a whole lot of definitive opinions on the defense. And I mean, honestly, there shouldn't really be definitive opinions on anything right now. It's only 2 weeks old. Like, what do you think so far on Nebraska's defense through 2 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's too much different maybe from what we thought going into the season. I mean, is it fair to say that consensus going in was that the secondary was going to be the strength of the unit?
Yep.
Yeah.
That the front 7 was going to need to come along as the season went along. And I think that's probably where I'm still at with it. Like, I think I feel reasonably confident in saying that Nebraska has 2 really good cornerbacks right now, probably 3 if you loop Donovan Jones in that group. I think they finally put Marcus Buford at the right spot at that safety position after they've been moving him around for so long. Deshaun Singleton's playing pretty well right now. Like, I think that group you can really rely on. I think the front 7 is still a work in progress. I think, Watson Trent is still, coming along a little bit, needs to come along a little bit more. Dawson Merritt's in that conversation at linebacker, but I don't know that we still know a ton about that group. I do think they're going to add Gabe Moore to the rotation up front along the line. I think Petchak is also certainly earned the right to be there, so that still is kind of coming together. So I don't know that we know a ton definitively on defense right now. And I think too, the thing that makes it more difficult is with the collection of guys that they have, and just to mix and match and kind of play to whatever their opponent is. I think you're going to see maybe not the same cast of characters. I mean, if you give a guy kind of the dime starting role, that's his role, and that he's got to own that role. But it just still feels like things are kind of getting figured out on that side of the ball. So I don't know a ton more than we probably knew. I mean, I think we're gathering data, but I don't know that we'll probably know more or enough about this defense to really form solid opinions until start of October. I mean, you need to see him against Michigan and how that's going to look, I think, before we really can say anything.
Well, yesterday, Matt Rule talked in his media session about how he got on the team at halftime. And then conveniently enough, a few hours later, a video was leaked that showed the exact words said at halftime. What did you make of that conversation yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I think Matt Rule talks to his team sometimes through the media, and I think it was kind of underlining what he said at the half. And by the way, the leaked tapes or the production value is getting a lot better than what they were under the
very good.
Era.
It's amazing how good that production value
And they
is.
edited out all the curse words, which if you're leaking a video,
No, that was actually Matt Rule editing himself.
Interesting.
He just got to that point where he said a curse word and he just mouthed the word instead of actually saying it.
Interesting.
Yeah, the tipster cleaned it up for everybody.
Nice reference.
So I do think, I don't know. I mean, I think it's just kind of a way of continuing to emphasize, what he said, and that, when you're, I mean, this past week, you're up 33-0 at half, finish them off and crush them.
Yeah.
But, the same kind of approach and thought is if you're up on Michigan State by 10 in the third quarter, finish them off then. It's that kind of mindset that I think will allow them to win those one-score games. That's what's been lacking, is when you have a chance to make a play that's going to end the game or, put you in a position to win more comfortably and not have it have to go down to the last possession. You should do it. And I think that's kind of the mindset that he's trying to find here in year three, because that's what's been lacking at Nebraska for a long time, is how do you make those 5 plays a game where if it's a one-score game, you're able to come out on top. So I think that was just, the conversation yesterday and releasing that and talking about it at the halftime of Akron, where it's a little bit lower stakes, but the message is still the same, is just continuing to underline. Even Dana coming out today and talking about that, the fourth possession where they didn't score a touchdown. I mean, that's all part of the same conversation, I think. So I think that's just the message that they're really harping on right now.
Bruns, last one from me. You've been on the beat for over a decade. I know that you had some off years before that too, and we're covering them in college. What is the worst team that you have covered that has come into Memorial Stadium? Because I'm wondering if this one is going to surpass it.
Oh man, I was thinking about this the other day, actually. Idaho State was pretty bad.
Oh, that was a rough one.
That one stands out. Let's see. My first year was 2002. I'm trying to think if there's anybody back then that was like just god awful. I don't think there was. Probably Idaho State. Bethune-Cookman is on that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Bethune-Cookman, more than any, it felt very much like they were just kind of happy to be there. And I don't know if it was the nature of how that game came together. If it was I don't know if you guys remember the kicker for Bethune-Cookman. He was like 5'4". Like he was like, did not look like he should have been anywhere near a football field. And you had the guy buying hot dogs.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Like that one was pretty close. To Idaho State, I think, was probably among the worst, though, from what I have managed to not block out from that game. That was like 73 to 7.
73 to 7. Yep.
Yeah. So I'd say Idaho State, with apologies to the Bengals, and then Bethune-Cookman right behind them.
Michael Bruns, Husker247.com. Brunsy, thanks again, and have a great rest of your day.
Yeah. Take care, guys. Talk to you later.
Bye, Bruns.
Bruns joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Hey, we got another game this week against Houston Christian, and we are the bread in your Big Red sandwich. The game is, of
Nice.
course, the meat, the top bun. That's us. 1620 the pregame, where you could win a chance to join us at the Ultimate Blur tailgate for this week's game. Go to 1620thezone.com and find out more. Michael and I will have 1620 the pregame starting at 8:30, and then the bottom bun after the game, Big Red Overreaction. I'll be back this time with Matt McMaster, and we'll take your calls and burn
Break it
2 hours.
all down. Break it all down. John, this is
We're going to set a record, baby.
So if the game is the meat, this is probably like the turkey sandwich Nick had in Chicago. The bread, awesome on both sides. The meat, terrible. Garbage.
The bread wasn't that good either.
No, the bread was good, Nick.
Yeah, it's like
for this comparison,
no,
the bread
this-
was great.
I'm saying it's a different turkey sandwich that you want to compare it to, because this is better than that turkey sandwich.
Interesting.
Well, if you haven't seen it or heard it, Matt Rule's emphatic locker room speech has been leaked. Some dirty weasel tipster has let this video loose. It's Bo
Deadspin.
Pelini. It's the Bo audio tape version 3.
Is this the same person who leaked the Bo audio?
It could be, Nick. It could be.
If they do, they've got a hell of a camera and great photography skills. We will talk about this, why it was leaked. But really, what is the main thrust behind all of this? I want to get into that, and we'll do it next on Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream. We are getting so close to fall, which means we are at the best time of year weather-wise. Maybe a bunch of you are getting ready for some of that golf. You're getting out there, twilight perhaps, but certainly those crisp, cool mornings as you get to the course. But what if you're struggling with your back? What if you have something going on with that swing? What if you are saying, Josh, I'm actually not going to play a whole lot this year because I'm not feeling very good? That's where KRT Athletic Muscle Cream comes into play, because it can help you play golf or the other sports. Once again, it helps with the back pain. It helps with the cramp pain, the strains, the muscle fatigue, and more. And all you have to do right now is go to krtrelief.com, where you can claim 10% off of your order. You can also get free shipping on orders over $15. Incredible deals for an incredible product that will get you back on the course, get you back in the weight room, just get you back to living comfortably once again. It has helped my running get back to where I've wanted it to be in terms of that pain management, aka I don't have it anymore. Go to the website today and find out how it can help you. krtrelief.com.
Told you we got 2 passes to Vala's Pumpkin Patch, and of course the season is open. They're open now through November the 2nd. Nice. A lot of new great things going on there. They always changing things up, making it more enjoyable, even better than ever. It's Nebraska's favorite fall destination. Well, if you would like 2 passes to Vala's Pumpkin Patch, I need someone on Twitter to answer me this trivia question. It actually came up today. Michael and I were emailing back and forth, and it was something I actually discovered.
Okay.
Nebraska football has the distinction of losing the AP number 1 ranking after a loss 3 times in the same calendar year. Think about that. Nebraska lost the number 1 ranking after losing a game 3 times in the same calendar year. What year did this occur? The first correct answer, and I put up the post, so go to our @USC1620 post on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, respond to that with the correct answer, and the first correct answer wins the passes to Vala's. It was something I didn't realize until I looked it up today, but it's a weird distinction, but Nebraska actually had the number 1 ranking and lost it after a defeat 3 times in the same calendar year. What year was it? First correct answer on Twitter @USC1620, respond to the post, gets the Vala's Pumpkin Patch passes.
Okay.
So, yesterday, it actually came out, I believe, during the Grum.
It was at the very end of the show because we watched a little bit of it off the air.
But yesterday, Matt Rule at his press conference acknowledged that he got on the team at halftime. Oh, yeah. And said he wanted better effort in the second half. He wanted, I can't remember the exact quote, but it was something about, we want them to go to their athletic director and say, we never want to play that team again. He wanted a decimation. He wanted a domination. Well, now the locker room video has been leaked.
Yes. By the way, real fast, before we play it, I cannot believe that there is discourse amongst the fandom on whether this was leaked or not. People, come on, stop it.
Well,
I'm begging you to stop it.
Let's get to the video first, and then we can break that part down. But then the bigger picture, in my view, of this whole thing. So here it is, the leaked video.
Maybe I just have a different standard. I don't like them freaking moving the ball. They're dropping back at the end of the half. Like, we're on the sidelines, me and John are saying, they'll take a knee here. They'll run the ball. They don't fear you. They don't respect you enough yet. And if that sounds like coach speak, then you have the wrong brain. They're dropping back against our starting defense. They're cutting our own line at the end of the half. All you young guys, just go back there and chill. I want my opportunity. Some of you guys will get an opportunity right now. I told you I don't care what the score is. I told you I care what the tape looks like. Did I trip when the ball was fumbled? No, I don't care what happens in the game. I want to see what the next play is. You have 1 half. Defense, you have 1 half. If they try to drop back and throw it, and that quarterback's not on the ground, I want new guys in there rushing. I want them hit. I want them never to say our name again. You believe the fact with 43 seconds left, they just gave us the ball back. They went down 33 and they're still dropping back. They had the balls to cut you. I thought you guys get the ball, you put it down and score. You made me put the freaking red and the white in. And you guys get in, you go play. I don't care what the score is. Troy told you shutouts are precious. We almost gave them a shutout. I don't want them ever to say our name again. That's the killer instinct I asked about. Not what does my hair look like, what do I look like in the freaking mirror. I walk in here, guys in the mirror checking themselves out. Got a chance at a shutout. You guys got a chance of freaking hanging a score around here we haven't hung in a long time. We don't work hard enough to go take what we want? Go take what you want. You want to get in the game? DJ, you run your ass off on all those routes all week? Now you got a chance to get in the game, maybe. If your brother and your brothers will put them away. It's about time people say, I don't want to schedule those guys anymore. I don't want to play those guys anymore. And if my standard's too high, then leave. And if you're with me, go out there and do not, I don't want to see a smile. I don't want to see nothing silly. I want to see a bunch of guys locked in that wants to make a team quit. That they, I don't know why he showed you guys Bronx Hill at the end of it. You know what he said to that guy after beating out that biker gang? He said, look at me. I did this to you. He wasn't scared to make sure that guy knew who he was. I did this to you. when you're shaking their hand at the end of the game, they better have that look in their eye. You did it to them. It's supposed to be 33-0. It's supposed to be that score. Now, what's the second half supposed to look like? I'll see you guys on the field.
So there it was, the halftime speech. By the way, nice work by the Weasel Tipster to focus in on different faces around the room.
Mm-hmm.
For those of you listening on the radio, basically, you couldn't see much of Matt Rule because the cameraman was in the crowd, and they were moving the camera around and focusing in on certain players and watching them watch and listen to the speech. So, like you said, Josh, in the outset, this was not a leaked video.
What do you mean it looked leaked?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, it did. Will Compton was the first person that tweeted this out. He called it a leaked video. Obviously, he's probably the most noteworthy ex-Husker in the content creation space. Can't even say media anymore. It's more the content creation space. So it makes sense. It comes from him. This is all part of a coordinated campaign. This is the same. This is under the same playbook as the Walk and Talks, as the Matt Rule podcast, and the different things that they have put out on social media that might be a little different. Last year the main thrust was chasing 3, right? Mm-hmm. That was kind of the main deal. This year, this is my opinion. What I think they're doing, instead of doing a long form, half hour, 45-minute long, Hard Knock style show, because people like the shorter, quicker content, that this is now the, for lack of a better term, it's propaganda. Let's cut to the chase. It's propaganda. They're trying to change hearts and minds, not just your hearts and minds, but people around the country, because it's all about making Nebraska a more attractive place for who?
Recruits.
Yeah. But it's also about, getting people to talk about Nebraska. Because right now, if you watch
and that's why, real quick, that's why they gave it to Will Compton to share.
Correct.
Because he has a huge megaphone, a huge platform.
He's got a big platform. He's, Bussin' with the Boys podcast, one of the more popular college football, or actually sports podcasts that's out there. So, if you watch any of the coverage right now, Nebraska's not getting talked about a whole lot, right?
No.
This is Nebraska's way of trying to say, hey, over here, look at us. Look at what we're doing. Look at what our coach is doing. Look at how our coach is connecting with the players. Look at how the coach is connecting with the fans, all of it. So that's all this is. This is just part and parcel of, and I know sometimes the word propaganda gets used.
Yeah, I was going to say that doesn't have to be.
But that's what it is.
Yeah, but
that's what it is.
It doesn't have to be a negative. You don't have to say it like with the tone though. Like propaganda. That's what the
it's propaganda.
But that's what the program's job is. The program's job is to make themselves seem like a place that is somewhere that you as a recruit wants to come play. But I will also agree with what Ben says. It was also a real speech that had the desired effect on the players. Like this.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not implying that.
No, I know you're not.
That what he was saying was disingenuous, or that he knew he was being taped. But let's face it.
They're always being taped.
They're always being taped.
So he knew he was being taped, but that's because every time that they do anything that they were being taped. I have seen some of the, the conversation surrounding it, like, like what you just said, but as just a total negative. Yeah, they know what they were doing. No, it was something inside of the program that he said, and the players obviously responded to it in a very strong way, because Nebraska came out and scored 5 more touchdowns in a row. And then the last drive, they chewed out the clock.
If Nebraska played the second half and it just kind of lollygagged and it was, 40-0 or whatever, and they only scored another touchdown, none of this stuff would have come out.
No, 100%. And so
none of this stuff would have come out.
But that's why like it obviously worked. And he did a great job in motivating them in that specific way. And the thing that we so often hear about coaches is do they have that in them to bring a team up a different level? And what I find interesting about this is that for a couple of years, the Matt Rule experience, and by that I mean like the media, the front facing, even the videos behind the scenes. Like I know that there was the "If we die, we die" video that became a meme a couple of years ago or last year. This was though the first time that I can recall a video where it seemed like Nebraska now is entering into a different space. So often the videos before that were about like overcoming what you've been. You're not that team anymore. Like, John, so often it was like he was discussing what they had been. This was not. This was forward facing. This is, you need to go out there and you need to execute at this high of a level, and you need to make them afraid to say your name. Like, as always with this stuff, do I find it weird or whatever? Like, yeah, but we talked about it yesterday in passing. The Last Dance, we see that Michael Jordan needs to motivate himself with weird crap. Tom Brady needed to motivate himself with weird crap. So like I don't know, cool, is that the word? Like I thought it was pretty interesting that it seems like he is, and maybe I'm just projecting, it seems like he's recognizing something different with this team right now and is trying to bring that out of them. I think he looked at this game in particular and said, let's go out, foot on the throat. Let's win this game, not lollygag around, not play with our food like we have in the past, and move forward on into the next week. And sure enough, that's what they did in the second half.
Do you think he's using these videos as a way to motivate himself too? Like he knows he's being filmed. He knows that if the team does well, these videos are going to get out there. Do you think he's using that knowledge of these videos could get out as a way to give speeches like this?
No.
For the perception?
No, because I think that the players would be able to see through that at a certain point.
Yeah.
I do.
No, and again, there's nothing about what was said that was disingenuous.
Yeah, and I'm not saying this is a negative thing either. I'm just saying, do you think Rule is using this as his motivation to help motivate the rest of the team?
Like we said yesterday when we played the audio from the press conference, basically Matt Rule was telling his team, you should be mad because they're trying. Because that's really what the message was, is, hey, Akron's trying. You should be insulted by this and go out there and want to, kick their ass even more, which, when you think about it, it's funny, but that's football coach logic.
Correct.
Right? What was said on Saturday night has probably been said with using different words in a lot of different locker rooms, right?
Of course.
This is not a new message, but I think your point is rather what's the word I'm looking for? I think it's correct. It's not the word I wanted to use, but the idea that this stuff isn't happening unless they're getting the results. And so now he's trying to use the idea of positive reinforcement of, see, this is what happened here. You responded thusly. See what I mean? Now we do the same thing here and then here and then here. And there'll probably be, other things, other motivational tactics, because he sees something in this team that is meeting the bar that he has set, or is at least close enough to the bar. I'm not going to pretend to know exactly what he thinks this team is capable of from like a wins and losses perspective. But I think, to your point, he is seeing something in this team that is nearing that bar, or is at least trending towards that bar. And so this is his way of getting his foot out and pushing it on just a little bit more. And there'll probably be other stuff, down the road. But this one was very interesting. And I am not poo-pooing this message. Yeah, it's propaganda, whatever. Call it whatever you want. I don't care.
Well, yeah, but like Jeff says, okay, it wasn't a leak, it was staged. Was it staged? No, it's a halftime speech. These happen.
The reason why it was described as a leak.
That's because Compton. That's the word he used.
That's the word he used,
and tongue in cheek. Like,
and maybe he was. Who cares?
Exactly.
Who cares?
I can't believe we're talking about that part about it.
Well, I think,
but to your point, there were people out there. I saw people in the comments, because I went through some of the comments on the original post, and they were like, "I can't believe they let this video get up." But boy, am I glad it sure was, folks. It was all that part of it. The releasing of it was choreographed. Okay, it was staged. The speech itself was not staged.
No,
the message itself was not staged. I'm just saying the way it got out was that way. But that's not the important part.
That's not the
point. The important part is what he is trying to do, both with sending out these different messages and how he is using these tactics to motivate his team. And yes, it's not only about motivating this team, but it's about building for the future. Again, it's about getting Nebraska out there. I saw other places, national outlets, write about this particular video or tweet about this particular video. Because remember, it's not just about going out and getting recruits. It's also about maintaining a positive enough perception about you in the greater community. Because as we know, the reason why certain conferences are where they are is because of what? Their brand. And Nebraska wants to make sure that their brand is as noteworthy and is as viable as Alabama's brand, as Ohio State's brand, as Michigan's brand. And so it's for all of it, because that's the way this sport is going, right? Conference realignment is happening because of brands. It's not happening for any other reason. So this is just another way to get that. It's just another way to get that brand out there and just to reinforce that Nebraska ain't going nowhere. We're still here and we're getting better. So it's funny how it all came about. But we're going to see more of it. Maybe not necessarily locker room videos, but there'll be other things. The walk and talks will still continue. All these other things to just try to get that word out that Nebraska's back and we're coming.
I saw a couple things. First of all, this message, if there's any doubting of like the authenticity of it or the inauthenticity, I was listening to Schick and Nick this morning and they played. And so they recorded on Sunday. So this was before yesterday's presser and then before the video came out. And they played the halftime audio with Jessica Cootie and Rule when he was coming off. And he basically said the same stuff to her. So he was obvious. It got stuck in his craw what happened at the end of the first half. And then he went on the rant. And I do wonder yesterday, John, if maybe there was a little reaction to like, are you serious? Like you were complaining about the end of the first half with them. And he was like, all right, I'll prove to you that this wasn't fake. And here's the video and releasing it. The other thing that I was thinking of, though, as you were saying what you were a couple of minutes ago, is one of the things that I know has really hurt Nebraska has been coaches coming in and almost saying like, hey, follow the process, trust in me, and I will get you where you want to go. And then that being proven inaccurate. Like there's a permission structure of what Matt Rule just did where he called it out and says like, this is what's going to happen in the second half. And all of you guys on the bench, deep in the bench, are going to go out there and you're going to do the same thing. And then they did it. And like, I think that stuff can be incredibly valuable. Like, forget about the social media, forget about the clicks, forget about us talking about it. Him telling his players, you keep doing this and we are going to do this. And then they actually did it, like on a much smaller scale, John. It's Tom Osborne at the half of the Orange Bowl in 95 saying, at some point, there's going to be a big penalty in this game. And they're going to screw up and you don't respond to it. And then that happened. Again, much smaller level here because it was Akron. But I think that's pretty interesting too. This team, these players have needed someone to believe in that actually, like, this is now one of those things where you can say, look, I was right. Now follow me again and we can beat X, Y, and Z.
Max writes, Rule is done with players popping champagne for any win. Charles says Rule is helping the team evolve their mindset and momentum. He's always been savvy at using the media. This is no different.
Yeah.
I would like to know, because Carolina was not relevant. I think I watched one Matt Rule game with the Carolina Panthers, and that's when they played the Rams. Other than that, I didn't watch any of their games because they were not a good fit. I'm curious if this was something he was hoping to do with Carolina, but NFL is a different animal, or where this thought process came from. Because I know this about Matt Rule. He was when he first got to Nebraska, he was very hands-on about what kind of messaging and how the program was going to be seen. And, he was kind of into the micro details of, the video presentation and the social media presentation, which when I heard that, I thought that's kind of odd. But now you're kind of seeing the fruits of some of that. I'm curious if he tried to do some of this at Carolina and it didn't go over well, or if he really didn't because, it wasn't, the NFL's a whole different animal and they've got, cameras on them 99% of the time anyway. But I would be curious to kind of know, where his thought process was and how they came up with the idea of how they wanted to present this program and how it has evolved to this point.
Because it's
now.
very much evolved. It's changed a lot. I mean, you mentioned the
It's
Chasing
changed
3.
an awful lot.
Chasing 3 was a very traditional thing that they
sure,
did last year.
Because everyone does it. Everyone does
Hard
a,
Knocks,
here's
yeah.
an inside look at the program.
Yeah.
This is very different, and it's very Matt Rule forward facing. He's the guy doing the walk and talks. He's the guy interviewing the players.
Yeah.
He's the guy doing the podcast, you know?
Yeah.
It's very unique. And I know there'll be some people, you know, naysayers that will look at it and say, that's not, you know, this guy wouldn't do it, or this guy doesn't need to do this. But this is what Matt Rule has decided is important for this program at this particular juncture. And time will tell if it works. But I don't fault the man for the effort.
No, you shouldn't.
John, real quick, going back to your Carolina point, based off of the few leaked videos of Matt Rule in the locker room over the last couple of years, I think Matt Rule is a mind molder. So I think Matt Rule is really good at kind of instilling kind of a winning thought process in young minds, whereas people in the Panthers, they're old, and by the time you're that old, you've kind of already made up your mind. I think Matt Rule is just really good at molding minds, and I think that's probably part of the reason he's had so much college success.
Well, yeah, and that's why there's a lot of guys who are bad in the pros and good in college.
Yeah.
Because the way that they speak, the way that they communicate to their players, it just doesn't work with pros.
I mean, it all kind of starts there too. That's kind of where you instill that.
It's like, honestly, you have
bloodlust.
you have somebody who's young in a company, and then you have someone who's been around for a while. You know, like you can't talk to our boss can't go and talk to John and try to, you know, mold him the way that they could go and talk to like a first timer. Like it's going to be different. John has so many more years of experience,
Which is probably why he struggled so much in Carolina.
Oh, absolutely. And it's why
was-
he's never going to go back to the pro game. It's why Nick Saban, good in college, bad in the pros, because he speaks to college players a very particular way.
We do have a correct answer, but now I got a couple of people that did get the
So
correct
you got to
answer.
find out who did it first.
I believe I have found the winner, and they actually may have identified the exact games, which good on them. So stand by. I'll be looking that up during the break, and it's another reminder that Vallis is open daily now until November 2nd. Got new attractions like the Apple Swing, the Slide Mountain Tube, the drone show, and a whole lot more. Fireworks every Friday night. And if you want to get 2 passes for the price of 1, visit 1620thezone.com for the zone deal this week. And we will have more passes to give away later this week. But I'm going to find that answer and get that winner and announce that when we come back. Also, when we come back, details on Spitgate and Tyreek Hill's in trouble again. And NFL kickoffs are back, folks.
Wow.
Oh.
On 1620 The Zone. Congratulations to Chris. He just got in. We had 2 correct answers almost on top of each other. Jesse just missed out, but Chris's entry was just ahead. So Chris got the Vallis pumpkin patch passes.
Say that 5 times fast.
Nice.
The correct answer. So Nebraska once lost the number 1 ranking in the AP 3 times in the same calendar year, all after losses. That's the critical part, because there are some times where teams exchange number 1 without losing.
Yeah.
But this was after a loss. The year was 1984. Now, it happened in 2 different seasons.
But in the same
of course,
calendar year.
Same calendar year.
Sneaky, John.
January 2nd, of course, Nebraska lost the Orange Bowl. So they lost the number 1 ranking to Miami. The following year, 1984, they assumed the number 1 ranking. I believe it was after the 2nd game of the season. They lost it 2 weeks later when they lost to Syracuse.
Yep.
Then climbed back to number 1 just before the Oklahoma game in November, then lost to Oklahoma. So 3 times in 1984, Nebraska held the number 1 ranking in AP, but lost it after a defeat.
So I didn't want to say anything when you asked this question, but immediately I knew that this was before mine or even Josh's lifetimes.
Hey, I saw them when they were number 1.
Yeah, but
they were
losing it
number
3
1
times a
awesome
year?
in my lifetime.
Losing 3 times a year?
Nick, in my lifetime, they won
number
3
one spot?
natties in 4 years. Yeah. But I also knew that it wasn't in my lifetime because when they were number 1 in my lifetime, they usually stayed number 1. They didn't lose a whole lot. But the calendar year part, that was the tricky part. Nice job, John.
Sneaky. I like that, John.
Yeah, that was courtesy of Michael Severe because he had some stats for me. Do you know Nebraska's like 45-7-1 when ranked number 1? So they've only lost.
Okay, no offense to you guys. Why are you looking up these stats?
He was looking it up. He sent it to me.
What are you wasting your time with? I'm going to start looking up when Yale was good for no reason, just to throw those stats. Did you guys know that Yale was number 1 back in 1812?
I say that had to be before the 1900s.
Yeah, early 1900s, they were still pretty good. Ivy League schools were really good until, I think, the teens, and then things started falling off for them. But hey, Michael, whatever floats your boat, man. You love looking up random stats like Nebraska being number 1 for some reason.
He does.
Those days are over, John. Those days.
By the way,
gone.
do you know who the tie was against? Nebraska's 45-7-1 when number 1. Do you know who the tie was against?
Would that have been? Okay, real quick. I'm trying.
It also happened before you were born.
Yeah. Because I know Tom Osborne tied 3 times. So I'm trying to figure out if it would have been them, if it would have been him, or if it would have been in 1970. Was it 1970 against USC?
No.
Who was it?
It was 1976. They opened the season number 1 and went down to LSU. Only time they've been at Tiger Stadium, and they tied 6-6.
Come on. What's going on here? That is a terrible football game. God, bigger overreaction after a tie would suck. I don't know.
Yes, it would.
What do you even say?
Well, actually, the last tie, that was the Colorado game in 92.
91.
No, 3.
91.
No, 91. Thank you. Yeah, 91. 91. That one would have been a good big red overreaction because of the snowball.
Yes,
because Nebraska was setting up for the field goal and someone threw the snowball.
You know how we have the opens? We have 2 opens that are made that, the Huskers have won, that, time to get in. The Huskers have lost. So we'd have to have Cutler say the Huskers have tied.
The Huskers have tied.
It's time to bitch.
The NFL has announced its punishment for Jalen Carter, who decided to not play by spitting on Dak Prescott after Dak spit first. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that Han Solo, Greedo shot first. Yeah,
that's good. I should make it sure. Did they kick him out of the league, John? Are they saying, get him out of here? We don't take this type of disgusting stuff in our sport.
No, he got fined $57,000.
$57,000.
And because he was ejected, that will serve as the 1-game suspension.
It's like what Nick makes a month around here. They're finding him that? That's a lot.
So Jalen Carter will be back for the Chiefs game. It would have been lame if the suspension would have gone any further.
Or funny.
No, it would have been lame.
So real quick, does this mean that, let's say a game starts and in the third quarter a player spits? They're probably suspended for the next game. Like they just set a precedent, did they not?
I mean, it's the
Are
NFL.
You pro spitting on men, John? That's
no, I'm just not pro suspending them for a game for doing it.
Wow, now you're kink shaming, John. Interesting.
I'm not kink shaming. I'm just saying,
do not allow.
Do you know what kind of nasty things can happen at the bottom of a pile? There's probably a lot of worse stuff that happened.
Yeah, nut grabbing.
And remember, Dak spit first.
On the ground. John, you're allowed to spit on the ground. It's allowed. That's allowed. It's still in football.
You weren't here, Josh. I had a conspiracy theory on Friday that
of course you did.
Jimmy Allen.
That Jalen Carter actually knew he couldn't play either because he was injured or some other reason, and so he did it on purpose so they would get thrown out. But then it would hide the fact of the real reason why.
Awesome.
He didn't play.
Maybe, hey, John, here's an idea then for Arch Manning and the Longhorns. Maybe try that because of your hurt shoulder. That'd be a good bit.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. One other thing too, kickoffs. Of course, last night, very good strategic play by the Minnesota Vikings to return that kick, even though it was 9 yards deep in the end zone because it ran time off the clock. It got it down under the 2-minute warning. Thus, the Bears didn't have enough timeouts or game stoppages to get the ball back. But this now what is happening this year was actually supposed to be last year, but they changed it. So last year, the original intent of the new kickoff rule was to have touchbacks come out to the 35, but to get enough owners to approve it, they backed it off to the 30.
Yeah.
Well, after last year, in which only, where's the number? I had it right here in front of me. There was only like 24% of kickoffs were returned last year. So it really didn't do what they wanted to.
It did not.
They then decided to move the touchback to the 35-yard line. So
which is a big deal, man. 65 yards to go for a touchdown. Whew.
So the return rate on kickoffs through the first week of the season, 75.6%. The last time the NFL had a higher return rate for a single week was week 17 of 2010.
Wow, 15 years ago. And we had some pretty big returns as well, John. We had guys returning the ball and giving their teams good field position multiple times this weekend. I thought the kickoff was dead, and now it might be back. Pretty cool.
So kickoffs are back, apparently. Kickoff returns are back.
We love to see it, don't we, folks?
We do.
We love to see it. Mm-hmm.
All right. So earlier on, if you were with us during Big Bear overreaction, it turned into an Iowa referendum because of Josh's controversial takes on Husker Max, or I'm sorry,
Husker
Nebraska Newsmax.
Yeah, what the hell? Come on, Mike.
Nebraska Newsmax.
What on earth?
But we've got the super hot take market coming up, and my spidey sense tells me, because you know I'm nuclear now, my spidey sense tells me that Josh is going to address
We haven't
his
talked
hot
about
takes.
it. We haven't talked about it yet on the show.
That's what my spidey sense. We'll find out if my nuclear powers are correct as the super hot take market will begin next on 1620 The Zone. But right now, time to tell you about Underdog Fantasy and all of the cool things you can do right here in Nebraska. That's right. I said right here in Nebraska. No more crossing state lines. Football season is back. We've just gotten through a week of the NFL. We're already well into the college season, and Underdog is the best place to make picks and win money. And here's how it works. You download that Underdog app, deposit some cash, and just pick your favorite players that will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns or receiving yards, interceptions. Tonight, I've got a three-way going on baseball tonight with a couple of players and hits, RBIs, and another with pitching strikeouts. And I can get up to 5 times my money, and you can get a lot more. You could win up to 5,000 times your money, depending on how you decide to pick. So do it today. And again, you can do it right here in Nebraska. And Josh is going to tell you about a great way you can get some extra spending cash so that you can play Underdog Fantasy with us.
It is awesome. All you got to do is put in our promo code 1620 The Zone. You can score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is 1620 The Zone. And don't forget, John, they have college players in here too, so you can find a matchup that you like this weekend. I'm looking at some of the availabilities for the Georgia-Tennessee matchup that will happen on Saturday afternoon. Again, go to the website or download the Underdog Fantasy app and put in that promo code 1620 The Zone. Must be 18 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Welcome to the Super Hot Take Market. And Josh is coming in with a giant cart. So I'm going to let you go first because it looks like you're shopping a little more heavily than I am this week.
Screw you, Mike Farron. Iowa football is embarrassing. I honestly was a little surprised to get the pushback that I did from Mike. First of all, he doesn't watch college football. It'd be like me having a strong take about baseball. Like, I wouldn't have a strong take about baseball.
Well, he's watched it enough. He spit out some good facts, some stats, some figures and stuff.
All right. He didn't spit out that good of facts. But I look at this program right now, and I wrote about it. HuskerMax.com. Please read it.
HuskerNewsMax.com.
No, HuskerMax.com. There's no news in the title.
There's no news in Husker Newsmax, is what you're saying.
I'm a columnist. I am a purveyor of opinions and takes.
You're a hot take. You're a clickbaiter is what you are. You're a clicking fisherman.
But I look at what they have done. John, I mentioned it. They have had the number one defense multiple times over the last few years. They have had a top 5 defense basically every year since 2019. This year they've taken the huge step back to 15th, but they don't take the offense seriously, and it is costing them as a program. And I think they have turned into an embarrassment. And the reason why, and I hit on this in the story, and like, that's fine if Mike didn't read it. Like, it's not that big of a deal. But it is that, like, they bring in this new quarterback, right? And so everything is supposed to change, and it doesn't. But they are viewed as this cute story. And that is where I think the distinction becomes they are an embarrassment. Because we live in this era of the Sickos Committee college football Twitter account and just having fun with the weird, like the nickification of sports, if you will. And I don't say that as a negative, but we often now celebrate. I don't.
So what does that mean?
Like, you love the weird crap in sports.
I do.
And a lot of people now love the weird crap in sports. And so Iowa is one of those fun little stories. Oh, man, they win games even though their offense
This sounds like
good.
jealousy.
Jealousy from whom?
You.
Well, I thought you
me.
liked the weird stuff. You like the sickos stuff.
I do too, but it's turned into a celebration of them for winning, as I wrote, in spite of themselves. And that is how they have turned into an embarrassment. One of my great friends texted me on Sunday after reading it, and he said, if Nebraska played football every year and it was always the 2009 season, I would stop watching football. And that's what Iowa is. Iowa football is the 2009 Cornhuskers, but they don't get to have Ndamukong Suh on the field every single game. There's a special sense of hell, John, about having an awesome defense, but it not mattering. I would rather have an awesome offense. And
there's the problem.
No.
See, it's all about how it looks. See, if this were the case, if Iowa was exactly the opposite, if they had this explosive offense, if this were the 2000 Rams, great offense, no defense, you wouldn't have wrote this story.
No, well, I mean, I can't say for sure. There is a special sense of hell, though, like I said, about having a really bad offense and having a killer defense. Because it tells me, especially with the special teams, they understand the details. To have a great special teams like they have, to have a great defense like they have, it tells me that they get football. But they don't care about offense, and thus it's costing them as a program.
Does it? Why don't they care about offense? Why do you think they don't care about offense? What is it? What is it that tell it? See, here's what I think. I think Kirk Ferentz wants a risk-adverse offense.
But at what point does it go from risk-averse to costing your program?
Well, I mean, so far it hasn't cost them in terms of they're still winning. But I agree with what you're saying. They could be better. But to me, I don't think they're doing this intentionally to try to limit the offense as dramatically as it is. I think they are trying to play risk-adverse, right? Yeah, it's a very NFL type style, right? Where you try to get to a lead and then you lean on your defense and you win games like that. It's just that they thought they had someone different, and who knows, maybe it'll turn around. I know there's a lot of memes out there about Gronowski and not throwing for as many yards as TJ Lateef has so far. But is that because of the Iowa offense, or is it because of him? Is it because of who they played? Is it because how the plays are called? We don't know.
Yeah. And by the way, they'll still probably beat Nebraska, so you can't even say that to me and get mad. Probably will.
Hot take. If Aramark is going to fix it's concession issues,
Ooh.
they're going to have to employ people to go up and down the stairs. They ended the program of kids going up and down and selling the pops and the popcorns and the hot dogs because being a private company, they can't employ anyone under the age of 18. I get that. Totally get that.
Interesting.
But that doesn't mean that they can't go out and hire people to go up and down the stairs. And it doesn't even have to necessarily be the beer vendors.
Yeah, why do they have to be children that do this? It can be adults.
So the only way this is going to get fixed, because the stadium isn't changing. You could add more concessions if you wanted to, but it's not really going to change a lot because there's not really a lot of places you can add more concessions without jamming up the traffic of people just getting in and out and about the stadium. So you're kind of hamstrung by what the stadium is. So the only way you're really going to fix this problem is to get people going back up and down the stairs selling food. Again, doesn't even have to be the beer. I think it should be the beer.
Should be the beer.
Both.
That would solve a massive problem.
But that's the only way you're really going to fix this. I mean, I'm sure they'll try some other things that will help a little, but the major thing that they're lacking is, especially for those folks who sit in the end zones, people that can get up to the top of the stairs and sell. By the way, 39,000 beers were sold last week, so they did not sell out.
Wow. Interesting. By the way, got a text, 402. Josh just said I was going to beat Nebraska this year. Yeah, probably. They always do. Like, I'm not going to say that they're not. Hot take I could be talked into along the lines of Nebraska. And what's going to happen? John, if Nebraska beats Michigan next week, they are going 9-3 or better.
Wow.
Man, if they beat Michigan next week, that'll be amazing because Michigan won't even be here.
That feels a little listy.
If they beat Michigan next week? I didn't say this week, John. I said next week. Yeah, now who's the idiot, grammar boy?
That feels a little listy.
Why does it feel listy?
Because
listy?
Like, put it on the list.
Oh, I'll put it on the list.
Yeah.
If this team is able to do it, 4-0, first of all, this is a massive fork in the road game. And I don't mean to step on next week's topic toes because I'm kind of ready to get to
toesies.
The topic toes next week are going to be a whole lot better than this week with Houston Christian on the docket.
You just want to say that because it's Michigan.
No, it's because it's a massive game. Anyway, if they get past that game at 4-0, there is a lot that is going to be on the table. And I know Michigan ain't all that great.
So is it still a massive game if Michigan's stinky?
They'll be ranked, and that is the thing that matters. And it is a program that recruits better than you and has a more talented roster. But the big reason why is the graphics that John shared with us earlier. The schedule moving forward, it's going to get stanky. It is filled with teams that Nebraska should have success against. And I will say, I am a believer in them mentally becoming a different program if they can get past them. If they win, they're going 9-3 or better. Put it on the list. I'll put it on the list. Get the eggs.
Put this on the list. Michigan's winning 7 games in the regular season.
Awesome. One of them against Ohio State again? That would be funny.
No, it won't happen against Ohio State. Not this time. Not without Biff Poggi or Poggi. Man, I'll look forward to seeing the Biff Poggi experience in Memorial Stadium.
Is that your hot take?
No, it's not really a hot take. My hot take is this. Steve Sipple is coming up next.
What? That ain't a hot take. Johnny's on every week.
That's just a take.
Wow.
1620 the zone.
be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw. It would be nice to have a pro. Throw from your mom. Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Apparently, the roast beef carving station just got some new roast beef. So Sip, who is, of course, as always, joins us from the Golden Corral.
Dang, he's eating later than normal. It's like usually at 4.
You know, he was really today is roast beef night at the Golden Corral, and because it's such a popular item, they had run out and there was a long line. So Sip just asked if we could wait another couple of minutes to call him.
Yeah, Nick's about to give him a ring again.
So we could get his nice plate of roast beef and, sit down and have a delicious family meal at the Golden Corral.
I can't wait to talk to him and get his takes.
We'll definitely get his takes.
Mm-hmm.
While we're waiting, well, speaking of tapes and leaks, Will Compton and Bussin' with the Boys is bringing their podcast to Lincoln.
What?
It's coming up next Friday, a week from this Friday, the night before the Michigan game at the Rococo in Lincoln, and we can get you into the show for free. Connor Happer is giving away tickets.
I hear they're efforting Will on their show next week as well.
Maybe there'll be more tapes and more things that'll be leaked.
More leak flash. That'll be nice.
So anyway, listen to Connor Happer this week for a chance to wear a pair of tickets to the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. Live recording at the Rococo in Lincoln, Friday, September the 19th. I wonder what the atmosphere will be like for that Michigan game. I mean, yes, I know the Colorado one was different because it was bloodlust, old rivalry.
Oh, yeah.
But Michigan, a week from Saturday, there's going to be, there's a lot of importance on this game for both teams.
Yeah.
And you've got a Nebraska team that, as Bo Pelini used to say, is on the come.
Oh, yeah.
And Michigan right now could be fighting for some things. Like I just said, they might only win 7 games this season. This is really important. And I think Nebraska fans might be out for blood in a way that we last saw for the Colorado game.
Sipple, do you agree?
Sipple joins us.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. If they, particularly if Nebraska plays well again, like really well this weekend, that'd be another reason to play well. And you're looking for them. You're looking for them this week, and that would be one. Just retain momentum, energy, all-encompassing energy. You might need all-encompassing energy to beat Michigan. So, yeah, I think that makes sense.
Sip, I have a question for you about the next week and a half ahead of that game. And I wonder if you think that this program is one that is ready to handle this next week and a half. And I say week and a half because this week in a way is tough, not because of the opponent, but because I know I am looking ahead to next week. I imagine you are looking ahead to some degree. John is looking ahead. We keep mentioning Michigan. The fans are doing that. And then
also an 11 o'clock kick.
They'll have to play the 11, not our fans. They'll have to play the game on Saturday against a team that they will be favored by 50 points against when the spread comes out on Saturday morning. And then they will have to actually go into game week against a likely top 25 Michigan in a matchup where the program could overcome a lot of the recent demons. Are they ready for what is about to happen to them?
Valid question. It's a valid question because as Matt Rule points out, or he had been pointing out, he hasn't pointed out in the last 7-10 days, they're young. It's a young team. We talked about it last week. 39 sophomores, redshirt freshmen on the 2 deep right now, or at least on the first 2 deep. So but as usual in many football conversations, there are enough veterans in key positions to sort of balance it out. I don't know. It's really hard to say, John. I mean, it's worth asking. The fact I just don't give it a resounding yes, it's ready, right, is probably the answer. You know, I can't just say yes. You just don't know.
Do you think that's part of the reason why the halftime speech thing became such a story the last 24 hours and the whole, the so-called leaked video and all of that? I mean, what were you thinking as you heard both Rules say it yesterday, and then we saw the confirmation of it in the tape that came out last night?
I think it's about urgency and staying on top of them, staying on top of the guys, and that, which I don't think is anything out of the, well, it can be. It just depends on what teams you're dealing with. Okay, what am I saying? This team, because of what we've just established in the last 3 minutes, I understand why you'd want to do that. You'd want to hammer out that. You'd want to hammer those points home to this team. You can't let up. It probably indicates. I always think about Rule if he was listening to this, because we read into a lot of things in the media, and I do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It might indicate a little bit that he doesn't fully trust them. That I gotta hammer this home with this resounding, reverberating, very intense speech with a veteran team it's proven and has had a lot of success. You probably don't have to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the way I look at it.
Yeah,
I like it. I think it makes sense, but that's kind of the way I look at it.
Sip, I've spent a lot of time the last 24 hours wondering, how new is this? How often has he spoken to his team like this before? Because my theory has been he hasn't been, and that the reason he is now is because this is this is the next step. This is they haven't done that. Everyone's been doing, hey, when's the last time they thoroughly dominated a team like that? And I mean, it's been since the Bo Pelini era at the very least. So I wonder if, how new is this? I tend to think it's new, and what does that mean about his viewpoint of this group, and what's at stake and what they could do?
Well, and it might be opposite of what I said. He might be really confident in this group, and he's just trying to say,
yeah,
look, don't leave anything on the table. You're good. You're a good team. Now, he has said, we're a damn good team. We just got to go out and show it.
Yes.
He said that a few weeks ago. Well, he said that before the opener. He said we're a damn good team. Or he said we think we're a damn good team. Let's go out and show it. I don't know. I think the mind stuff is important, but it's really hard to read into a lot of this.
Do you think it's possible, Sip, that because I think, well, you've said it, I think other people have said it, and this is maybe going back to even before training camp, that Rule thinks that there's more possible with this team than maybe a lot of the experts do. A lot of the predictions were 8-4, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah. I think you maybe have even said at one point, Rule might be disappointed with 9 wins. Do you think that his estimation of how he thinks the team has gotten better? Or is this just reinforcement of what he has always felt about this group?
John, I think coaches look at it very pragmatically and week to week. I just don't think he can let himself look at it like we do. Maybe he does to a certain degree, but I don't know. I know the way I look at it. I'm just kind of gone to week to week. Yeah, I said 9. I think they could win 9. 8's probably more realistic. But I'm still in week-to-week evaluation, which I think that's the best thing to do. I mean, we make preseason picks, but they're sort of ridiculous, right? Because we don't know. Why are they ridiculous? Here's why. Because you don't know what the rest of the field's going to look like.
Sure.
You didn't know that Iowa, when you made your pick, you didn't know Iowa looks like it's going to be a sub-500 Iowa. You didn't know UCLA looks like it's already fallen apart. You didn't know, Michigan State might be better than we thought. You didn't know USC is definitely better than we thought.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a lot of it. So it's hard to play these games we play. We play them. We have to play them. But I just, those record predictions before the season, that's the one area that's really, I mean, I'm sure it would be for a coach too, that your opponent, not only does your team evolve and the conversation around your teams evolves, but the opponent's conversations evolve too.
Sip, beyond just that they were able to, not let up, what did impress you about the backups when we saw them get all those opportunities and reps in the last quarter and a half?
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend. I can't pretend. I was writing. I started writing with probably 5 minutes to go in the third.
Nice.
It's pretty limited what I would glance up and see. So I guess, and what I'd say, my biggest takeaway on the night was just how dialed in everybody was. Everybody that I saw from the start of the game. I know what happened early, and they blew a couple opportunities. I didn't even mind Emmett's fumble. Just the way it happened. A lot of what Emmett does, it's not perfect, doesn't bother me because he plays so hard. And he wasn't doing anything stupid. He got hit. Didn't bother me even. Now, Holgerson today said it's unforgivable, but I don't know. And then not getting in, at the one. I didn't like that whole play call, the way they just were.
The Heine push?
You didn't like the Heine push?
I mean, it looked like it clearly Akron was ready.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah, I mean, if you see the still photo of it, it's amazing. I've never seen a team that scrunched up behind center. It almost screamed, "Hey, audible here."
Yeah, that's what I thought too. So but anyway, I was impressed from the jump. I was impressed in warm-ups how dialed in Nebraska was. I was just overall extremely impressed with how they looked. Just execution, everything from that to how they were on the sideline. It was just I just thought the program just looked really good to me against Akron.
Steve Sipple joining us from Husker Online. So what through 2 weeks looks real to you in terms of it's sustainable? What we're seeing now is what we're going to see the rest of the season. And what looks unreal? What have we seen that you don't think is sustainable the rest of the season?
On defense, the secondary is really good, and I think it's very sustainable.
Mm-hmm.
They'll get tested. They're going to be tested, but I think that they'll hold up. They'll hold up really well. I think the athleticism, with a lot of the linebackers, not all of them, won't just go away. What is not? The receivers are gonna. Here's the thing about the receivers. The top 4 or 5. Well, I could say 6. They're good. The receivers are going to stay good. Lyndon Meyer's going to stay good. Heinrich's coming. He'll be good. Carter Nelson, just don't know. What is not? So what are you saying? What could be a little deceiving?
Yeah.
And that doesn't have to be. Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be Emmett Johnson's never going to break another 45-yard run again in his life. It doesn't have to be a negative. It could also be something else.
Like Sipple, for example, one of our listeners earlier said that what is not real is that the pass rush is as bad as it has been so far. So he was viewing it as more of a glass half full or hey, let's take a negative and turn it into a positive.
Ooh, I can't say that. I don't know.
I agree. I'm with you.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
That's a big concern. I mean, we've ad nauseum talked about our concerns with the D line, and I'll say even I'm gonna say front four, and people are gonna say it's simple to 3-3-5, but whatever. I say front four. I'd still be concerned with just the ability to run when you have to. I mean, they're gonna break some plays, but I always say it is a broken record. I want to see him run it well in the red zone. And I don't mean deep red zone. I mean 20. So it doesn't have to be so complicated. Just be able to run it. And I'd like to see Nebraska get back to where it can really assert itself in the run game. I don't think this is that team. That's just my early impression.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean they can't be a really good offense because they have good receivers, and I think they have a great quarterback. We haven't. I know what people would say. Well, he hasn't really shown greatness. Yeah, I think it's coming. I think we're the first two games. It's pretty clear that it's coming. So, and he hasn't run, so the best part of the offense will be him throwing to receivers and tight ends.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about him because 6 touchdowns, no picks. He's completing almost 80% of his passes. There is a way about him, though, right now, Sip, and I'm guessing you're seeing it too. The game looks to have slowed down for him in terms of his progression, how he's going through his reads. You basically just said it, but you're definitively there. He is leveling up as a quarterback right now before our eyes.
I think so. Isn't that the beauty of the Michigan game?
Yep, it's awesome.
All these things we're kind of wondering about.
Mm-hmm.
That then you'll know for sure. And I think that game is really manageable now. Michigan's probably not like we all. I don't know. Most people I think would have picked them fourth in the Big Ten, and now you don't just say it like, yeah, Michigan's fourth behind the Big Three. No, you don't. I don't know about that. Illinois is probably fourth, and USC is probably fifth, and then I don't know where Michigan is, sixth or seventh. So yeah, it's a game that will show you a lot, but it's also manageable. So it's going to be a big Saturday.
What if you are right about him and he does that? What does that mean? What do you allow your mind to do and wander? What areas can it wander moving forward into 25 and I guess even 26 if you want?
It doesn't do that to me because it's still about what I always tell you guys when I look at quarterbacks all over the globe, and that is what's around him is really important. A quarterback, he can. I'm not gonna say only can do so much because it's more than that, but they got to continue to put guys around him. And I still don't think it's optimum right now. I wish they had another running back that was as good as Emmett, or better. I wish the offensive line would show me, yeah, we're ready. We're ready to move the line of scrimmage against nearly anybody we play. Now, maybe you guys would say simple. That's what they're doing. No, I don't see that. I didn't see it against Cincinnati.
No.
See, that's what I mean. If you put a little bit more around him, you'd see more from Dylan. But he'll do whatever. He'll maximize the offense, I think, and that's all you can really ask from him.
Sip, going back to the subject of pass defense, can they sustain? Obviously, they're going to face better passers, but overall, can they sustain a great level of success if they don't have a pass rush? Because so far they haven't.
No, I'd say no. Now you got to look down the schedule a little bit. It's not a great year for quarterbacks in the Big Ten. I don't think you'd say.
Agreed.
But no, I'd say no. It'd be really hard to do that as you get into better competition. But I'd have to think. You got to think about who they're facing. And, as you look down the line, there's a few guys that really scare you, but there's not a ton of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Aller obviously scares you. He can pick you apart. If there's no pressure on Drew Aller, what do you think that's going to look like? In USC it's the same way, I think, just because they're skilled talent. But there's not a ton of that. And there's not really even a lot of offenses that you would say can line up and bludgeon you with their run game either. Michigan's not that team this year, it doesn't look like to me. Now, again, it's limited sample size, but they're not playing two tight ends. They've sort of gone away from Harbaugh offense, which I think is a mistake, unless they just don't feel like they have the personnel. But that's not a Michigan team of 2 or 3 years ago where they would bring Corum and in a gap scheme type offense, and you think you defended it really well, and they got 5, or you think you defended it well. Remember when you played them out there, and Bush was calling plays, and it looked like they're sound. Nebraska was sound, but then it'd be second and 4. It's just they're not that team.
No.
So I think as you look down the schedule, I don't see a lot of that other than Penn State. It's just going to line up and say, okay, stop it. So it sets up pretty well for Nebraska, I think. But there's always going to be that but with the defensive line that you wonder about.
Sip, speaking of Bill Bush, he was brought in originally to coach special teams. Nebraska's special teams through 2 games. So last week, Archie Wilson was the story, knocked in, or had some nice punts. The kicking game now still perfect in all facets. This week, we finally saw the return game show itself. Usual caveats, right, of who the opponent was. I mean, how much better do they look to you right now? Because I'm asking myself, did I underestimate actually the level of improvement that they could bring about in 2025?
Well, I'd say they've looked good, but they've left a lot out there. I mean, that Kenneth Williams had a lane now on that early kickoff. He did. I mean, if you look at the end zone tape, oh God, he just missed it. He just missed the lane. I mean, he could have took that to the house. They've had a few plays that they, like last week, they definitely should have blocked a punt and a field goal. On the punt, just were late off the snap, inexplicably late. Then the guy who had a shot at it kind of loafed. I guarantee that was a rugged meeting. And this week, like I said, they left that long kickoff return on the table, but it's been really good. It's been really good, and I guarantee you, Eckler's not satisfied. Not even, I'd say not even quite close. No, they have a real special teams coach. I've told you guys all off season. He's interested in being the best special teams coordinator in the world. he showed at Tennessee that it's not unrealistic. That those numbers that he produced, that those special teams at Tennessee produced are real. And Eckler, he's all out to be very good, and he happens to be at the place he wants to be really good. Usually that's a good mix, right? If you have enough talent in the program, which Nebraska does, you can have really good special teams. I don't see why it won't continue.
Yeah, but really, how good can your special teams be when you can't even get your punter into the game?
Yeah, that's true. That's a joke, isn't it? Yeah, I know it's interesting. I won't see him this week. Odd, but I almost like to see him this week and get him sort of ready for Michigan.
Get him ready for Michigan. Yeah.
Well, in a way, I'm not joking.
He'll be needed.
I almost prefer that he gets at least one. He probably won't, though.
No,
I disagree. Won't. I don't think they're. I mean, they were darn near perfect on offense. They had a turnover.
No, they weren't.
Dana
said no. They only scored touchdowns on 64% of their drives. That's not good.
They are not going to have. They will score fewer points this week than they scored last week, and the defense will allow more. Mark it down.
Okay, I don't know if they can hit on all cylinders again, or close to all cylinders.
Yeah.
I don't. Now, if they do, I don't even know what I'd take away from it, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, their ability to raise their level to that like clean of a game again would be pretty flabbergasting, regardless of you can't do that versus air.
You said something that I haven't probably acknowledged, and I'm not going to drone on here somewhere, but they've been clean. The team's clean.
Yes. They have.
We've seen it, boy. We've seen the beauty of covering this team in the last 30 years. Is you've seen some bad football. We know what bad football looks like.
Correct.
We in this media group, we've covered the bad. Now some of us have covered the great too, so we've seen it all.
Yeah.
But God, we know what bad looks like, and it hasn't been bad this year.
Yeah, I'll say this one more thing, Sip, before you leave. Like, they might not be as good as we think they are moving forward, right? But like, they are playing cleaner. Like there is a certain, like, we have seen better teams than this one maybe that turned it over, had a million penalties, right? Like it's pretty interesting so far.
Bo had some better teams, but God,
oh my gosh,
both teams used to drive me crazy how sloppy they were.
Correct.
I mean,
yeah,
we haven't seen a lot of slop, which is good.
Yeah.
Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com. Sip, always appreciate the conversation. Thank you. And enjoy the rest of your night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Enjoy your bedtime, Sipple.
It's almost bedtime for you, so.
Thank you.
See ya.
There's Steve Sipple.
The way John said, good night.
Tuck him into bed.
Give him a forehead kiss, John.
So Josh, are you going for being bulletin board material or the fodder for 2 pregame speeches? I mean, you just said, well, Nebraska's definitely not going to play as good as they did last week. They're definitely giving up points. So that's going to be a part of the next leaked video.
There's
Matt Rule saying,
MF in Omaha radio.
That idiot on the radio wears a stupid rope hat, said that we can't score as much as we did last week and that we can't shut these guys out. This guy's an idiot. And if you want to be that guy, then you go join him and his losers. If you want to be great, you stay with me. And then the other team, Iowa. I'm sure Kirk Ferentz is out there already taking notes saying, well, there's that
Newsmax.
There's that guy from Nebraska says our offense isn't very good. We're going to show him, and we're going to
score 12 points this week.
Score 21 this week against UMass.
By the way, Josh, as a fellow rope hat wearer today,
yeah.
I like your rope
Shout
hat.
out to the rope hats.
Not stupid at all.
D'Lo says,
you know what? No rope hat.
Yeah, because you're an idiot. D'Lo writes, didn't we feel like this or even better a year ago at this time? I don't think so. I mean, that was after the Colorado game, which was a nice win, but the second half sucked so much of the joy out of what would have been like an all-time party. Maybe it's because I know what comes next. I feel that people are in a better place mentally right now than they were.
Which is weird because the quality of wins against the opposition is worse than it was last year.
Correct. Yeah, because Cincinnati's not as good as Colorado.
And that's one thing that's, I'm a little surprised. I'm not surprised that people are positive. I'm a little surprised at how positive people are. If you would have told me that this was going to be the reaction Friday night, I would have been a little surprised because I expected a little bit more. Yeah, but we got to consider the opponent. They got to show me. Right? Yeah. We haven't heard much of that. I think the reaction is a lot more hyped than I would have thought it was going to be.
Yeah, that's fair. I think you're right. I think part of it is they won 68-0. It's just something that we haven't seen around here. And it's like a lot of the little stuff. I know that's what I'm taking away. It's not that they won by 1,000,000 points. It's that they're not turning the ball over very much. They're not having a bunch of penalties right now. But I'll be honest, John, a large part of my tune changing, if you will, is the quarterback. I think there's a different look about Dylan Raiola right now. And, we're going to get a lot more answers in 2 weeks than we have so far. But, I mean, he's playing really well. He's playing really, really well.
Is he matching your expectation of a major jump and not just an incremental
I was
jump?
thinking about that this morning, Nick, on my way in.
It's a really fascinating. I've been thinking about that a lot.
And I want to see it next week before I say yes or no, but he looks calmer and the game looks slower to him. Yeah. He does not look, what do I do? And maybe so much of that was the end of last year where it just seemed like such a slog. I also think he has much better targets to throw to. And I think Emmett Johnson's better right now too. I think they're a better offense. And that is helping my perception of them.
Well, let's get into the real and the unreal when we come back.
Okay.
We also have what's for dinner and content on 1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. real and unreal. What is real and sustainable that we have seen so far? What is unreal and not sustainable?
And when you say unreal, you don't mean like, oh, that's unreal.
That's unreal, bro.
Yeah.
You mean like, that's Mothman.
I'm going to piggyback on the conversation that we ended with. I think what we've seen from Dylan is real.
Oh, baby.
Now, he's not going to throw for 360 in every game the rest of the season. He's not going to go without an interception the rest of the season. By the way, I just
Imagine
looked
if
it
he
up.
did, though.
I looked it up. He is on a streak of 100 straight complete pass attempts without an interception. That is the longest streak of his career.
What was his first? Was that Illinois? Was that his first interception?
Northern Iowa.
That's
No.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. I watched that.
You were there.
But I think what you're seeing from him is real to the point. I'll quantify it.
Okay.
I think by the end of the season, he will be considered one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the conference.
Wow. John, I mean, real quick, just unpack that a bit more. If you are right, this team is going places.
Well, I mean, listen, there's a lot of
places.
They're probably gonna win 9, right? Probably gonna win 9. I wouldn't say any more than that because I mean, other things could fall apart.
Wait, you're saying they're probably going to win 9 if he's top 3, or you're saying they're probably going to win 9 definitively right now? That's what you're saying.
Well, I mean, my prediction was 8 and 4. I definitely can see 9. K Ford can see 9 now.
Yeah.
The quarterback's a huge part of the equation, but there are a lot of other, factors at play here. But what I'm seeing from Dylan is real.
Yeah.
I mean, he has improved. The game is, like you said, it's slowing down for him. He's making some really good throws.
He is.
He didn't get what we've seen 2 different sides of it. We saw the willingness to be patient, to take what was given to you, and still not make any mistakes. Yeah, there were some turnover-worthy plays, but bottom line is there weren't turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
So we saw that willingness and throw the ball 40 times. And then last week, it was more of all right, now we're going downfield. Now I'm going to move around a little bit. I'm going to show off my arm. And so we've seen a little bit of both. But based on just how he looks this year versus how he looked last year at this same time, I won't say it's night and day, but it's dramatically different.
Yep.
That doesn't mean that they're guaranteed to win 9 or 10 games. Because I mean, if Emmett goes down, the running game's going to be lost. Yeah. Where are they going to go from there? If teams can get more pressure on him, that's the one thing. We have not seen Dylan really under a lot of duress. I know Cincinnati got to him 3 times, but I didn't feel like he was under duress that much against Cincinnati. There will be better teams that will show that. But just in terms of how he is processing it, how he is handling it, this looks real to me. So I think what we're seeing from Dylan is real.
I agree. Just for the sake of being different, I will go back to one of the other things that we talked about at the very end of the interview with Sipple, and that is special teams. I think that their improvement is real. The question that I have is how much will they be improved over the course of the season? But I think that we can definitively say that the kicking game is, at the very least, not as bad as it was last year, and so that is a huge thing. I want to see them do the return game well in a game, again, against like a Michigan-type opponent, not to just keep saying, let's see it against Michigan, because it's not like they returned it well versus Cincinnati. It wasn't bad. It just was non-existent. They caught the ball. They gained very few yards. It seems like they, at the very least, they'll have a plan there. I think special teams is improved, and if John, we said too much last year. Man, imagine if they could just do the basic things. Okay, now they're doing the basic things. So what happens if you can do the other things on top of the basic things? That's how you gain field position advantages. That's how you win football games that are close. So I think the special teams are definitely improved. I think that is real.
I think the big play, Emmett, that's not real. What we saw on Saturday, that was as much a part of who they were playing. That's not his game. Against better athletes, he's not going to be breaking 40-yard runs. He's not going to be averaging 10 yards a carry. I'm not saying he's going to be a bad running back, but that's just not what he is. So I wouldn't take too much of what we saw against Akron. What you hope for is to keep him healthy and that he continues to be consistent, not spectacular, but consistent.
I would say what is unreal is Nebraska's pass defense being this good. And obviously, first of all, like we all agree, right? They're not going to allow 60 yards a game or whatever it is. But I think it is good. I just don't know if it is like elite great. I just don't think that it is that. And maybe I'm going off of my priors too much, but the Cincinnati performance, I guess, in week 2 did give me a little bit of pause in this opinion, but I still need to see it against somebody else. And honestly, John, it might be Childs versus Michigan State where we really learn, because Bryce Underwood isn't like the best passer either. So I think that is unreal at this point in time.
Unfortunately, I think that Nebraska's lack of a good pass rush is real. I don't know if this team's going to be that great at getting to the quarterback now, which means they may have to get a little more exotic. Obviously, the first 2 games you really haven't had to, but I think that John Butler may have to get a little bit more exotic to generate pressure. I don't think this team is a team that can rush 4 and provide enough of a pass rush to help. That's why I can't decide yet if this pass defense is real, because, and I know that Sorsby threw for 300 yards against Bowling Green, and he is a better quarterback passing wise than he showed against Nebraska. Certainly, I'm not taking anything away from the secondary, but you can only do so much if your quarterback's given a lot of time. I think Nebraska, in order to get a pass rush, in order to generate pressure, I think they're going to have to start getting more exotic. Obviously not this week, but probably starting with Michigan and going beyond. I think that's what's going to take, because I don't see this team right now being able to rush 4 and get home enough to pressure the quarterback. And like Michael has said many times, it's not about sacks. It's about pressures, getting up in the quarterback, affecting throws, affecting decision-making. I don't see it. Unfortunately, I think the lack of a 4-man pass rush is real.
What is real for me? I think that the pass catchers are Nebraska's best in, and then insert whatever recent year you would like to do, since 2018, since 2019. I think that Lindenmeyer is a really good player, and I think that they will continue to use him. I think Isaiah Hunter and Dane Key have been what you would hope that they would be as transfers. Ja'Cory Barney is awesome, and he is still always forgotten about in discussions like this. And I was really impressed with what we saw from the young guys as well, as they came in waves towards the end of the game. I think around here we have done the offseason. The wide receivers are going to be a really good thing for too many years. And I know that like you felt burned out by it going into this year. I think it's okay to buy into this group. I think that they're really good, and I think it helps too having a tight end that I trust. So I am going to say that it is real that the pass catchers are good.
Fall is just around the corner, and 1620 The Zone is giving you a chance to win a season pass to Nebraska's favorite fall attraction, Vala's Pumpkin Patch. You could win 2 2025 season passes to Vala's and enjoy all the fun that Vala's has to offer. Enter to win today at 1620thezone.com. Coming up next, got some NFL stuff in content.
Oh, lovely.
Got a little baseball in content.
Baseball.
Not
I watched it last night.
Cool.
Super late night football in content. All coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Nick, are you
John.
ready?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Did you guys come more impressed by the Vikings for coming back last night, or more disappointed in the Bears for blowing it last night?
I'm going to lean the latter because there's really not much excuse. The Bears were dominant for three quarters, and then all of a sudden they started letting Minnesota run the ball. And I'm sure there were, I didn't look into the matchups of the X's and O's. I'm sure there were some things that Minnesota did that was a little bit better, but I'm a little surprised that the Bears weren't able to adjust because that was the linchpin. That was the thing that unlocked the Viking offense. Until that moment, until they started running the ball, they weren't going anywhere. So I'm going to be more disappointed in the Bears. I will give a attaboy pat on the back of the head to the Vikings and J.J. McCarthy for not screwing it up in the fourth quarter. But I think this one was more on the Bears for blowing it.
Yeah, I think I lean slightly to the more disappointed by the Bears side of things. Just to play devil's advocate, though, the Vikings were, they were playing horrible. And the game seemed like it was getting away. Not a rookie quarterback. It's going to be really hard for me not to say rookie quarterback all year long.
Yeah, he is.
What feels like it. First-year starting quarterback in J.J. McCarthy. He throws the pick. It seems like the game is well on its way to being a coasting Bears win. They miss a field goal and then 21 unanswered points, and suddenly the Vikings are up by 10. So it was an incredibly impressive, and that in the end, I know that they got things going with the run game, but McCarthy made some plays with his arm and with his legs, and the defense continued to get stops. They never stopped fighting, even after the pick six. They had multiple drives where they had to play the Bears offense, and then once they started scoring, they had a couple of more. They did a great job coming back.
That was an interesting Freudian slip you had there, Josh.
My bad.
Are the Packers living rent-free in your head?
A little bit.
The San Francisco 49ers know they will be without star tight end George Kittle for a little while as he deals with a hamstring injury, but they also could be minus starting quarterback Brock Purdy this weekend against the New Orleans Saints. Could they actually lose to one of the worst teams in the NFL?
They are 4.5-point favorites on the road in New Orleans. Could they? Of course, it's the National Football League, Nick. Anything can happen on a weekly basis. Why would you ask such a silly, asinine question?
You're right. I'm dumb.
Will they? No, I don't think so. They still have a better coach, better head coach, better infrastructure. No, they'll be fine. They'll win this weekend.
With a better coaching tree, with a handsome coach in particular on that tree.
You talking about Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah.
Okay.
They could lose. They could lose with Brock Purdy. Forget about if he's playing or not.
Such a hater.
They could lose with him. The Saints almost pulled it out last week against the Cardinals.
Pulled it out. They did.
So don't sleep on the Saints.
Congrats to Michael.
They famously pulled an upset in week 2 of last season. They beat the living crap out of some team. I don't remember who it was.
All right, that was an upset. That team was garbage, and we all know that they're garbage, John.
Put it on the list. The Saints are winning this Sunday.
You're such a hater. I'm going to put this on the list. So we're going to.
I don't like the Saints either.
Oh, that's right. I guess you don't like the Saints.
But the gumbo will be a munching in the French Quarter. It'll be munching that gumbo, and there you go, good, good football team. We got the Saints. You're gonna win the game. We beat them Frisco Niners. Ho ho. That's my bad attempt at the Cajun accent.
Oh, that's what that was. 5 straight years an NFL team that lost their opener by 14 or more points went on to make the playoffs.
What?
This year, your candidates are Carolina, the New York Football Giants, Detroit, and some trash-ass team in Southern Florida. It's the Dolphins.
Oh, okay.
Should I be encouraged by this?
No, because that team that's likely going to be the one that extends the street are the Detroit Lions. Next followed by the Giants. Next followed by the Panthers. And then space, Miami.
Nick,
all right.
You made Daniel Jones look competent. You should feel like an idiot.
I don't know if I'm ready. The Dolphins are bad. I don't know if I'm ready to accept that they're worse than the Jags.
The Jags won this weekend.
Or the Panthers.
Jags?
Okay. I know. I meant Panthers.
Oh,
they
Panthers
played each other.
Yeah, Panthers are bad.
I'm not going to concede that.
A lot of the NFL film nerds have loved the Panthers all offseason, and boy, do they look like a bunch of idiots right now. The Panthers stink out loud. Nick, should you be encouraged? No, definitely not.
Did you see Rex Ryan today where they were talking about the Dolphins?
I hate that guy. He's such
and
a
he
tryhard.
referred to McDaniel as nerd boy.
Yeah, look at you, John. Congratulations.
I mean, he is a nerd, John. That's not a bad thing. Nerds run the world.
Punchable face. Very punchable face.
Speaking of dumb, trash-ass teams.
Nice.
The LA Rams had fun with the cast of ESPN's NFL Live, who all picked Houston to beat the Rams on Sunday. But team president Kevin Demoff took it a step further when he singled out ex-player Ryan Clark, who recently made waves with his comments about commentators being non-players.
This is some good stuff by Mr. Kevin. The tweet reads, I guess being an ex-player doesn't help analysts make better picks. Very good job by you, Houston Texans.
Wow, that is a tough look for that non-broadcaster Ryan Clark. That's terrible. And they all picked the Texans. What fools! What absolute fools! How dare you? But yeah, to have a team president say that, and there were a lot of people that took shots at Ryan Clark. And if you're not familiar, so Ryan Clark, they were having a conversation about CD Lamb and his drops, and Peter Schrager, who is not a fat football player, but he was on the panel.
Yeah.
Was trying to defend the fact that CD still had a good game. And then Ryan Clark, in trying to make a point, said, well, this is where you as a non-player, something about, he basically called him out for not being a player and not being able to understand the situation. And a lot of people took offense to that. There were a lot of folks around the league who took shots back at Ryan Clark, including the president of your soon-to-be Super Bowl champion Los Angeles Rams.
Soon to be. Are we fast forwarding to the 3000s?
Nice.
Got him.
What are we, the Jonas Brothers?
I don't get that
They
joke.
have a song called The Year 3000.
Wow, nice one.
Tyler Glasnow and Blake Trinan did not give up a hit to the Colorado Rockies through 8 innings last night. I watched this game. It was hilarious.
Interesting.
The second time in 3 games that the Dodgers almost threw a no-no. Will they probably properly execute one in the final few weeks of the season?
No. This was their best shot. You know,
their best shot technically was like on Saturday, right?
Yeah. We have not had a no-hitter this season.
What? Is that true?
Yeah.
All right, put it on the list. A no-hitter will be thrown this year against the Dodgers, just for karmic retribution or something.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. There's been no-hitters this year.
That's wild.
Trying to look back. Let's see. The last time one did not happen in a season was... Wow, it even still happened in 2020 when they had a short season. 18. I'm still looking, guys. It's been over a decade. The last year we went an entire season without a no-hitter being thrown. I'll keep looking. You ask the next question.
The owners of the Broncos have announced their preferred site for a new retractable roof stadium near downtown Denver. They say they hope to still play in the elements and on natural grass. Do you think they will? And more importantly, will this ruin my view from Coors Field while I watch the sunset over the Rocky Mountains?
It will have nothing to do with your view over the sunset. Will they play in the elements? Hell no, they won't play in the elements. If they have a retractable roof, they are not leaving it open unless it is a perfect, nice 70-degree day.
Boo.
But if they have a playoff game and they're hosting a playoff game and it's 24 degrees and it's snowing, or even just 24 degrees and sunny, there is no way in hell. What on earth? Like, I know the reason why they won a Final Four, they won a Super Bowl, blah, blah, blah. But, man, this used to be a proper country. We used to play football games outside, and now everyone has domes.
Except for the Bills.
Isn't there a
Except
policy?
for the Bills.
I respect that.
Doesn't the NFL have a policy with teams who have retractable roof stadiums that they have to close it in inclement weather? I thought there was.
Oh, if there is, I've never seen that before, but I just assume that they all want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jordan points out that stadium isn't really all that old. It's not. It opened right after the second of 2 Super Bowls in the late 90s.
Well, the Falcons already blew up theirs after a short period of time,
20.
so that's not
Stadiums last like 25 years now. It's nuts.
It is
the
weird.
last year, the last Major League season without a no-hitter was 2005.
I was 8.
And before that, it was 2000.
In the
So it's only
year
happened twice in the last
2000.
25 years.
And finally, because we teased this at the opening of the show, so now I have to talk about it. The September 20th USC-Michigan State game in Los Angeles is on Fox, but it is not Big Noon.
What?
It's Big Late Night.
Big Midnight?
The game will kick off at 8 p.m. Pacific. That's 11 p.m. in East Lansing.
Woo!
Oh, and Big Noon that day will actually be Texas Tech, Utah, kicking off at 10 a.m. Mountain Time.
Oh!
Is college football trying to be like CNN 24 hours a day? Famously the only channel that's on 24 hours a day?
What a weird specific reference to make here, Nick. What an odd way to ask a question.
2025, yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like every network is 24 hours a day.
This is so silly. I mean,
John,
it's not like they're playing in Hawaii.
It's why
there used to be, when Nebraska would go over to Hawaii and they'd play a night game, it would famously start at like 11 o'clock our time or midnight our time.
Yeah.
But that's 5 time zones away. We're only talking a couple of time zones away. There's no reason why this game should be kicking off this late on the Pacific on the Pacific Coast. But hey, Big Ten, this is what you get for wanting to be any place, anywhere. So have fun with that, Michigan State.
That sucks.
It's wild.
I feel horrible for those brave souls that have to do a post-game show. That
Well,
crap's
it's
going
Michigan
to...
State. They probably don't have one.
That crap is going to... If we had to do a post-game show, we would start at about 2. It would end at 4.
Tough look for the big green overreaction.
And this is going to happen. At some point in time, it is going to happen. Nebraska will play in a game like this at some point in time. So I just want all of us to be ready. And John, have a great time hosting Big Red Overreaction.
Nope. It's all yours.
Interesting.
You're the one that's wishing this upon us. It's all
Not wishing.
yours.
Stacy, sales director Stacy, tweets in, I was producing USC the last time there was no hitter in a season.
Oh,
wow. Incredible.
2005.
How time flies. I could go to R-rated movies at the end of 2005 without a parent.
You could before without a parent.
No,
you
you couldn't.
swear.
No, you couldn't.
You just lie about your age.
Nick, they carded you.
Not if you
Josh
go to the
was
right
Not in
when
the
he was 30.
rinky-dink Iowa towns. I know, Nick, they didn't have running water at your movie theaters, but I'm not ripping on you for it.
I'm not going to drink movie theater water. I don't care.
I'm talking about toilets. Running water means toilets.
Coming up next, we will tell you what's for dinner.
Let's do it.
And wrap up the Grom on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, I'm kind of isolated down here being all radioactive and stuff, but I did get a chance to peek upstairs, and you'll be happy to know, Josh.
Poisoned the whole house.
Sean.
No, I didn't walk upstairs. I walked to the edge of the stairs.
Haven't you
and
ever
I
watched
looked up.
Chernobyl?
Oh, great show.
That lady tried to kiss her irradiated husband.
Josh, you'll be happy to know that we are having the superior chicken tonight, KFC.
Hang up on John, Nick, please. I think we're having walking tacos.
Fritos or Doritos?
I don't know. Walking tacos. My wife texted me. She says, I am kind of craving walking tacos. I said, sounds good to me.
Whenever I see walking tacos and it's Fritos, I feel like that's sacrilegious.
No, it's not. Fritos are great.
Borderline blasphemy.
Wow.
No, it's not.
Fritos are fine,
about?
but walking tacos are supposed to be Doritos, John.
I think it can be both. I am not opposed to either, but
So
I
if you got a
love
taco
Fritos.
pizza and they had Fritos on it instead of Doritos, you'd be fine with that?
Sure.
Ugh.
Amon
love
points out
Fritos.
it's been a hot minute since I said burrito bowls. It has been. We haven't been having them as much. Now that I'm not training for any marathons, I'm not like carb loading at every second of every day.
Hey, you haven't had a sausage and a potato in a while.
Dude, Nick, I was thinking about that this morning, about how I haven't had brats in a while, and I am now craving brats. Big time craving brats.
Last night I made yellow rice and chicken thighs. It was really good. I put
Hell
some
yeah.
seasonings on that chicken.
Nice. Oh, yeah, I went to Don and Millie's last night because I remember
Yo.
I had decided what I was going to do. Don and Millie's, it was. David wants to know, what the heck are walking tacos?
Midwest staple.
Never heard of them?
That's pretty
It's when you cut open it's a really popular concession food because they take like one of those
behind the
big
bag.
grab bag of Doritos. They slice it.
Interesting. You mentioned
They slice
Doritos.
the bag open long ways and they fill it with taco. Basically, they turn it into a taco salad. They fill it with the taco
Yeah,
meat
it's-
and the lettuce and the tomato and the cheese, and it's in there already with the salsa and the chips, and it's called a walking taco.
It's probably the whitest version of a taco.
The white. Ooh, that's a great dumb debates for
Uh-huh.
tomorrow, Nick. What is the white? Oh, John's getting triggered. He hates it when you describe things as white.
It's pretty white.
It makes him so
no,
mad.
it's not. It's orange. The Doritos are orange.
That's white people food. What does that mean?
Doritos is white people food?
No.
I mean, kind of.
Nah.
Video game food.
It's video game food for sure.
Well, I don't care what it is. It's good.
It's very good.
It's delicious.
And that's what's for dinner.
That is what's for dinner.
Jeff says the superior chicken is Chick-fil-A. Well, we're not having Chick-fil-A. We're having
definitely not.
No.
Also,
it's just KFC is superior to Popeyes.
Chick-fil-A
there is a
overrated.
difference between fried chicken and Chick-fil-A. That is not fried chicken. I know that it is chicken that is fried. Fried chicken means bone-in chicken.
Yes.
You can't say my favorite fried chicken is Raising Cane's. That's not fried chicken. It's not.
I agree.
Thank you, John.
Chicken on a bone. That's what we used to call it.
Oh, I love chicken.
I love bone-in chicken.
Baptism by fire. Great show, gents. Chat. Thanks for the convos. Take care, everyone. Wow, what a great way to end the show.
We'll do our best tomorrow to match or exceed it. And if not, Matt Rule will come and probably give us a real fired up pep talk.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.